Chapter 714. What if Yunduan had the dumb luck and made it to Advanced Scholar and ranked high again? What if he became recognized by some important figure in the capital? What if, well, you never knew, what if he couldn't help feeling uncertain about his past treatment of Xiao Yunduan? He had never been kind to him. Now he could understand why Xiao Yunduan might have kept his talents hidden from him. It seemed perfectly reasonable that he would conceal such a secret. Thinking about these, County Magistrate Qiao suddenly felt less saddened. He spoke up. Let's not dwell on the past. Instead, we should focus on the future and treat our family well. When they come to visit, we should welcome them with open arms. As for Xian, she calls you mother, and you should guide her properly so that she knows I am her father and can work for me. This would benefit her and her family in the long run. Madame Qiao felt a wave of disgust wash over her. That bitch was calling her mother. She did not deserve a thing of it. She had previously tried to sabotage her own marriage with a promising fiancé. But now Xiao Yunduan had become the provincial champion. What if he went on to become the national champion as well? No, that seemed far-fetched. How could she even consider such a preposterous idea? Xiao Yunduan had no wealth to go further than this. The most he could do was to reach the level of advanced scholar. But even if he was an advanced scholar, that was still a blow on them. And her husband was paying attention to them now, which was totally unacceptable. Madame Qiao smiled kindly and replied, "Of course, old master. I will make sure to treat them well and give them good instructions. I trust your judgment." Officer Qiao felt very gratified and satisfied. "Oh, I've noticed that Xian's wardrobe is a bit lacking. We should provide her with some nice garments and accessories to show her that we appreciate her new position," said Officer Qiao. Madame Qiao's anger boiled inside her, but she kept a calm exterior. She was seething with rage inside. Good ornaments and garments for that woman? She didn't deserve any of them. And didn't her husband remember that she had already sold off her good garments and ornaments for money? The few ones I have right now are all my precious ones. Why should I give them away to Qiao Xian for free? Madame Qiao thought to herself, "Old master, I think it might be better to wait until after the spring examination before we do that. What do you think?" She suggested, try to delay the decision. Madame Qiao was not convinced. She tried to overturn the suggestion. Officer Qiao replied, No, that will be too late. It is the right time now." Madame Qiao cursed to herself inwardly, but she had to force a kind smile. "Yeah, right. I will arrange everything." "Okay." Officer Qiao smiled. "Elle will have our strategists spread the news and ask them to join us the day after tomorrow. You should get ready for the reception. Let the kitchen prepare plenty of dishes and arrange a courtyard for them to rest comfortably." Madame Qiao almost felt like throwing up blood. She clenched her hands around her handkerchief and forced a smile through gritted teeth. "Okay, old master," she said through the forced smile. Officer Qiao got really satisfied, finally. Once he was gone, she couldn't contain her rage any longer and took it out on the nearby teacups, shattering them into pieces, panting heavily in anger. Chapter 715. Utter anger bitch. Annie Ling expressed sympathy towards her mistress. Her mistress had apparently put in a lot of effort for nothing. "It's all right, Madame Qiao. There's still a lot more to come." Auntie Ling consoled her, asking the other maids to clean up the scattered items on the ground. "He's just a recommended man, not yet holding an official position. We don't know what he'll be like in the future. The old master is just pleased with him at the moment, and you can just comply with his orders for now. There's no need to let it upset you." Madame Qiao composed herself and let out a sarcastic laugh. "You're absolutely right. I was foolish to be upset. The old master is the real fool here. He treats a simpleton as a prized possession. How can someone so dull succeed in the future? He'll be overwhelmed by the distractions of the capital and fail his exams." "Madame Qiao, you are right," agreed Annie Ling. The exchange between the mistress and the maid helped calm Madame Qiao's nerves. She then instructed Annie Ling to tidy up a courtyard, arrange for some shopping, and send for Qiuyue. Madame Qiao was particularly concerned about Qiuyue, who had a low tolerance for injustice. She knew that Qiuyue would be outraged when she heard what had happened and needed to be pacified first. As expected, Qiuyue was furious upon hearing the news. That's impossible. How can a poor, cultivated talent become a provincial champion? The examiners must have been blind, or he cheated. Qiuyue exclaimed. Madame Xiao became nervous and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Qiuyue only dared to complain in front of Madame Xiao. She knew better than to mention such ridiculous things. Qiuyue snapped. Dad wants us to treat them well and prepare good gifts and news for that woman. And we're supposed to teach her too? She doesn't deserve any of this. Madame Xiao had a headache and said, "That's your dad's order, and we can't let him down." "I disagree. Why can't we let him down? My brother is working at Hamlin Academy. Dad won't do anything to us just because that man got lucky and became a recommended man." Save your breath. Everything is temporary, and we will get through it eventually. When your dad knows what they're really like, he would just kick them out without us doing anything. You need to be patient and try to endure it, or things will become very difficult for us after your marriage. There will be many obstacles along the way. Try to behave well in front of your dad and give her some of your nice ornaments. Qiuyue was initially persuaded, but her anger resurfaced when she was told to give Qiao Xian some of her ornaments. She adamantly refused. "No, she doesn't deserve my things. I would rather throw them away than give them to her. And I don't want to pretend to be her beloved sister." Madame Xiao attempted to calm Qiuyue down and advised her to develop the ability to accept people she didn't like, especially for the sake of her father. She emphasized that this skill would come in handy when she eventually married her husband. She explained that if Qiuyue acted kindly towards Xiao Xian in front of their dad, he would treat her better in the future. After much persuasion, Qiuyue reluctantly agreed, but she knew deep down that she couldn't force herself to genuinely like her sister. However, she promised to avoid causing any trouble and to behave civilly towards Xiao Xian for the sake of their father's happiness. Madame Qiao sympathized with her daughter's predicament and acknowledged that changing her attitude towards Xiao Xian would not be easy. She also agreed with Qiuyue's complaints. To ease the situation, Madame Qiao instructed Annie Ling to inform concubine Du and Xiao Ko about the new developments, so they could all be on the same page and not worry about any further issues for the time being. Chapter 716. No offense, Annie Ling relayed Madame Qiao's message to concubine Du and Xiao Ko, who understood what was expected of them, to give Xiao Xian a hard time and mock her. Once Annie Ling had left, the mother and the daughter exchanged an irritated glance between them. For one thing, they were very frustrated that Xiao Xian's husband had advanced to the next level, and even the old master had begun to take notice of them. Xiao Xian had suddenly become an important figure in the family. For another, they were frustrated that Madame Qiao was putting them in a difficult position by asking them to give Xiao Xian trouble. They were unsure if this would really impress the old master. However, they also knew that refusing to comply with Madame Qiao's wishes could have negative consequences for them. They depended on her for their livelihood, and they didn't want to risk falling out of her favor. It was a dilemma for them. But Madame Qiao had given them an order, and they couldn't just pretend to be sick to get out of it. Madame Qiao would not have accepted their absence. "Mom, they're treating us like tools." Qiao Ko gritted her teeth, feeling a burning hatred for Madame Qiao and Qiuyue that surpassed even her feelings towards Xiao Xian. She became even more determined to sabotage Qiuyue's marriage. Concubine Du sneered in agreement. "We're just like servants, tools for their entertainment." Xiao Ko cried, "I am also Dad's daughter." Concubine Du let out a deep sigh of relief. "So you have to find a good husband, and only in this way will you be able to overthrow the situation you are in now." So they knew they had to tread carefully around Madame Qiao for the time being. Offending her could mean risking their chances of finding a good husband and potentially causing themselves more trouble. Look at Xiao Xian. The reason Xiao Xian was able to rise to her current position was pure luck. No one had expected it to happen, and her success cannot be replicated. If it were to happen again, concubine Du could not guarantee that her own daughter would have the same stroke of luck. Perhaps it was premature to rely on luck for success. After all, Yunduan was merely a recommended man and not particularly significant. Concubine Du was not willing to take any chances and risk her daughter's future. "Leave it to me, forget about it." Qiao nodded, agreeing with her mother's decision. In truth, Qiao was not bothered by Madame Qiao's opinions of her. She knew that their father would soon return to the capital, and he would not allow Madame Qiao to arrange a marriage for her at this time. Qiao was determined to ruin Qiao Wei's marriage when they returned to the capital. She had never relied on Madame Qiao to find her a good match, so she wasn't concerned about offending her. However, she also knew that it was best not to provoke Madame Qiao in case their life got worse. As the family was still making their own plans, Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan unexpectedly arrived at the door. Madame Qiao sneered upon hearing the news. "The couple really knows when to come. We have misjudged them before." Annie Ling had not yet finished tidying up the courtyard at this moment. Officer Qiao was pleased with the timing of their visit. It could only mean one thing. Shao Yunduan was trying to curry favor with him, otherwise he wouldn't have been so eager to see him. This time, Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were warmly welcomed by Officer Qiao. He patted Shao Yunduan on the back, engaging in friendly conversation as if they were close family. Shao Yunduan adopted a humble attitude mixed with a respectful tone, indicating that he had not informed his father-in-law about his participation in the exams because he was afraid of failing. Chapter 717. Problem Officer Qiao felt relieved, and his happiness grew even more. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Madame Qiao received Xiao Xian along with Qiuyue, Concubine Du, and Xiao. There was a subtle tension in the air. In the past, Concubine Du had constantly mocked Xiao Xian and looked down on her with disdain. But now, the time was different. It was Qiuyue who seemed the most annoyed, sitting stiffly in her chair with a neutral expression. Xiao sat with her eyes lowered, lost in thought. Even Annie Ling and the other servants were treating Xiao Xian with more respect and kindness than before. Xiao Xian couldn't help but think that power and status were truly practical. Her husband had only become a recommended man, yet the Qiao family and the people in the village were treating her differently. Even those who they often socialized with were now more polite and cautious around her. Even the once arrogant members of the second and third sections of the family retreated slightly when they heard about Shao Yunduan's potential future as an officer. It was no wonder that throughout history people had pursued power, and yet many lost themselves after obtaining it, falling deeper into the abyss. Shao Yunduan remained calm and clear-minded, his gaze gentle and smiling as he looked at Xiao Xian. But she couldn't help but feel a bit confused about how long this gentleness would last. She felt that she should trust him, but she felt that she should always keep a clear mind as well. Madame Qiao said warm congratulations to her, emphasizing the importance of family, and encouraged Xiao Xian to visit often, especially since her husband was now part of the government and would be mingling with different people, like ladies and important madams. She reassured Xiao Xian that she could always come to her for advice if she needed it. "We are a family, and we should share the honor and humiliation together and look into the future," Madame Qiao added. Xiao Xian replied politely and briefly, "Thank you." She made a mental note to distance herself from the family as soon as she could. She was going to find the opportunity to break up with them instead. Concubine Du spoke, showing a false smile. "Second miss, you are very lucky. You have married a recommended man. You should thank Madame Qiao for setting you up with such a great husband. You should definitely thank her and respect her." Xiao Xian smiled. "You are right. Concubine Du, don't feel jealous of me. Madame Qiao is always kind and treats us equally. I am sure she will find a great marriage alliance for the third sister." Concubine Du, who had intended to just pretend, became annoyed hearing Xiao Xian's words. "You talk too much, second Mississippi." Xiao sneered. "It's none of your business, Concubine Du." Xiao Xian maintained her innocence. "I am just speaking the truth." "Is there something wrong with that? I can stop if it bothers you." Madame Qiao shot Concubine Du a disapproving look, silently cursing her behavior. After laughing at Xiao Xian, concubine Du found herself on the receiving end of her own words. Qiuyue, unable to hold her tongue any longer, spoke up. Concubine Du is right. You're quite talkative. Perhaps you've become arrogant? After all, your husband is just a recommended man, far removed from the true halls of power. Even if he does manage to advance, he'll likely be left to drift alone without anyone to help him. In a few years, no one will remember who he is. Chapter 718. Bleeding Xiao Xian was displeased with the way Qiuyue belittled Shao Yunduan, but she knew better than to argue with her hot-headed sister. Instead, she calmly interjected, "I beg to differ, sister. My husband is not just a recommended man, but also a provincial champion, the first one in the whole province. That is quite an achievement. My husband will have a great and promising future." Xiao Xian expressed her pride. Qiuyue was visibly annoyed. A promising future? Xiao Xian interrupted her before she could finish. You don't think so? That was what my father said about him just now. Qiuyue. Indeed, he is young and talented, with a very promising future ahead of him, Madame Qiao said with a forced smile. Oh, and by the way, I have some beautiful garments and jewelry that I would like to give to you, Xiao Xian. She quickly motioned for Annie Ling to bring them out. Despite her polite words, Madame Qiao's heart was heavy. She didn't really want to give any gifts to Xiao Xian and had originally planned to buy some cheap ornaments from a street vendor. Dozens of Liulang for some exquisite ornaments and a few garments should be enough. However, Xiao Xian and Shao Yunduan arrived unexpectedly, leaving Madame Qiao with no time to buy new items. Reluctantly, she had to go through her own collection of jewelry. She spent a long time picking out a large pearl hairpin and a green jade bracelet, which were worth more than 300 Liulang combined. The garments were silk with golden edges. When Annie Ling arrived with the items, concubine Du, Qiao Ko, and Xiaowei were all fuming with annoyance. How could Xiao Xian, a mere woman, be gifted with such items? She didn't even deserve the right to receive them. Concubine Du and Xiao Ko felt their hearts breaking. Even if they did not have such beautiful hairpins and bracelets, which should be worth more than a few hundred Liulang in total. Even Madame Qiao and Xiaowei had few such items. Concubine Du's most expensive golden bracelets with some rubies were not even worth 100 Liulang, and Madame Qiao had scraped them away from her later. Xiao Xian almost burst into laughter seeing this. So rare that Madame Qiao offered stuff to her. She was definitely going to take them. She would not wear them. She would put them away in her space and pawn them later for money. After all, she knew the true value of these ornaments, and it was not just a few hundred Liulang as she believed. She had more savings than all of these together, and she had many ornaments and garments too. She herself did a lot of shopping in the province. She had bought proper clothes and some exquisite ornaments. She put them away for collection so she could use them in the future. Moreover, First Madam had given her many other wonderful things. Those were genuinely precious and valuable. The ornaments with ruby and sapphire alone were worth 5,000 Liulang. The hairpins had pearls that were flawless and large as one huge longan fruit. What Madame Qiao offered were insignificant in comparison. Madame Qiao smiled as if she were giving Xiao Xian the best things ever, as she ordered Annie Ling to deliver them to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian thanked Madame Qiao and reached out for the items, accidentally revealing the emerald bracelet on her wrist. Madame Qiao's expression became tense, and the others also noticed it, becoming uneasy. Concubine Du smiled and asked, "Second miss, did you acquire that bracelet on your own? It looks very valuable." Chapter 719. Pretentious Xiao Xian smiled proudly, showing off her bracelet. "Oh, this," she said, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her pure white wrist. The translucent bicolor jadeite bracelet stood out against her skin, creating a pleasing contrast. "First Madam gave it to me," she continued. "Her Auntie Hua told me it's worth around 10,000 Liulang and asked me to take good care of it. Breaking it would be such a pitiful thing. It was a gift from First Madam, you know. But for my husband who makes it to provincial champion, one would not have put it on. Madame Qiao's expression turned sour upon hearing this, and the others were envious of Qiao Xian's prestigious gift. Even concubine Du was impressed by the value of the bracelet. The others all gasped in disbelief. What? Worth 10,000 liang? You must be joking. Oh, can't believe it either. Qiao Xian simply smiled and replied, I was just as surprised as you are. But Annie Hua wouldn't deceive me. 10,000 liang is a small sum for the Yue family, isn't it? There's no need for her to lie about it. Madame Qiao felt a pang of envy and jealousy hearing Qiao Xian's casual tone when talking about such a large sum of money. She cursed inwardly, calling Qiao Xian pretentious. Madame Qiao knew that she herself didn't even have 100 liang to her name, so hearing someone talk about 10,000 liang as if it were nothing only made her feel more inferior. Even the old master, with all his wealth, did not have savings of more than 10,000 liang. But soon Madame Qiao was attracted by the Yue family. You said the first madam gave you this? Why did she give you such a precious gift? Qiao Xian smiled. Young Master Yue and my husband are good friends, and he likes him. First Madam invited us to visit her at her mansion, so she gave this to me. Madame Qiao's heart sank at the realization. You were at their mansion? The Yue family was known for their wealth, power, and influence. Madame Qiao had always hoped to establish a connection with them, but they had never even set foot in their home. And now, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were already their guests? The provincial champion was so precious like this? Yes. Qiao Xian nodded and continued. The Yue family is truly grand. The carved beams and painted buildings, along with their exquisite furnishings, leave one absolutely dazzled. The spices smoked in First Madam's room alone cost 100 liang. Their garden is also vast, adorned with a plethora of flowers and trees. There's an old camellia plant called 18 Bachelors that is said to have cost thousands of liang to buy. And then there are the many famous orchids, all cultivated in their glazed greenhouse, worth tens of thousands of gold. The others were all speechless as they listened to Qiao Xian's story. Gradually, Madame Qiao began to believe her words. However, she couldn't help but wonder how Qiao Xian knew so much about the trees and decorations in the Yue family's mansion. She had never been there and had no knowledge of such things. It seemed that Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had managed to get close to the Yue family in some way. Feeling jealous, Madame Qiao was still trying to make a plan of how to use this relationship. Qiao Ko felt a surge of irritation. The glazed windows are from the Yue family? That can't be right. Your husband wasn't even a recommended man back then. Are you telling me that you were already friends with the Yue family? Qiao Xian nodded with a smile. Yes, young Master Yue and my husband have been friends for quite some time now. The glazed windows were a gift from them. They had many and used things at their home, and my husband is a modest and low-profile person who doesn't like to boast about such things. Chapter 720. Madame Qiao's anger. My husband doesn't like to flaunt his connections. People who do that could never be true friends with young Master Yue. Qiao Xian said. Qiao Ko felt as if her sister was indirectly criticizing her. Madame Qiao's jealousy continued to grow, and she could no longer remain calm. It was obvious that Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had been friends with the Yue family for quite some time. If only they had known about Shao Yunduan's friendship with the Yue family, they wouldn't have needed to worry about money at all. They used up all of their savings and even forced wealthy people to lend them money, tarnishing their own reputation. At that time, they thought Shao Yunduan was just a minor manager who couldn't even hold a conversation with young Master Yue. Madame Qiao quickly dismissed Qiao Xian's story as bragging, believing that Shao Yunduan must have been a nobody in young Master Yuezhang's eyes back then. She thought that the two only became closer after Shao Yunduan became the provincial champion. Madame Qiao became increasingly annoyed. Was the title of provincial champion really that precious? Shao Yunduan was just a man from a poor family, and after he became the provincial champion, he became so well received. And this woman Qiao Xian was also raised in status. Madame Qiao took a deep breath, feeling optimistic about the situation. She believed that they could benefit from the Yue family and acquire some wealth before returning to the capital next year. They would need fine clothes and jewelry for their trip to the capital, so they wouldn't be looked down upon by others, would they? And they would also need money to give bonuses to the servants, as well as presents for everyone in the mansion and their relatives. They would need money to host banquets and entertain guests. Madame Qiao's constant need for money frustrated her even more as they had none. Her covetous gaze fell upon Xiao Xian's jade bracelet, reflecting her greed. In the privacy of their conversation, Qiuyue was never one to hold back her thoughts, especially regarding her sister's behavior. The jadeite bracelet on Xiao Xian's wrist was a beautiful and noble piece, with excellent color and crystal clarity, resembling an emerald green lake. Take off the bracelet and let me see it. Xiao Xian hesitated. I'd rather not. I don't want to risk damaging it. It's a gift from First Madam, and I should keep it safe. If you want to see it, you can come and view it yourself. Xiao Xian knew that if she took off the bracelet and showed it to Qiuyue, she would never get it back. Everyone loved this kind of beautiful bracelet. Xiao Xian, what do you mean? You think we will take this into possession? Qiuyue shouted angrily. Qiao Ko despised Madame Qiao and Qiuyue, but pretending to be generous, she added, Second sister, we are all sisters, and this beautiful bracelet is too precious to keep to oneself. You can give it to elder sister as a token of our family's unity. It might even please First Madam to see us getting along so well. Or do you not want to offer it to us at all? Qiuyue gave Qiao Ko a very praising look. She was right this time. Xiao Xian burst out. Of course one don't want to. One never see anything good, unlike you who always have good things to wear. So I need to keep it up. Xiao Ko. Qiuyue flushed out of utter anger. She did not need to care a thing when no one outside the family was here. Chapter 721. Officer Qiao's opinion. She was determined to maintain her own reputation, and being turned down like this made her unhappy. You are very short-sighted, Xiao Xian retorted. You are right, sister. I'm not as good as you. Qiuyue. Madame Qiao suggested. First Madam gave this bracelet to you as a gift, so you should take good care of it. Double Ninth Day is approaching, and you should visit her to show your gratitude. We can all go together. Qiuyue understood Madame Qiao's intention and decided to stop harassing Xiao Xian. Yeah, Xiao Xian was rude and dumb, and even she could make First Madam happy, and could she? Thought Qiuyue. She thought to herself that if she could please First Madam more, she might receive even better gifts in the future. She was fortunate to have a promising husband, but without him, no one would be willing to associate with her. Madame Qiao continued to inquire about the Yue family. Xiao Xian also advised Madame Qiao to pay close attention to Ms. Mi Jr. and Yue Ting. She wondered what would happen if they met. Xiao Xian looked forward to that. Madame Qiao found Xiao Xian's practicality impressive and started to warm up to her, even becoming kinder. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were invited to stay for lunch. Officer Qiao ordered some high-quality dishes from a nearby restaurant while they waited for the food to be prepared. He was very hospitable and sincere in welcoming the couple. After lunch, as Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan left, Officer Qiao and the rest of the family saw them off happily and praised Xiao Yunduan as the best son-in-law. Madame Qiao felt inwardly annoyed at this. What did Officer Qiao say about the Zhao family? They had just got onto the donkey cart when Xiao Xian asked. Xiao Yunduan stiffened and thought of how his father-in-law treated him so earnestly. He smiled and replied, Officer Qiao was very hospitable, and he even advised us to be careful. He mentioned that the Zhao family has been causing trouble lately, and that he has been wanting to take care of them for a while. Xiao Xian. Good. That saves us a lot of trouble. Yeah, true. They did not care much about how it was done. As long as the Zhao family could be removed, anyway would be fine. The Zhao family had to be removed. Soon, there was going to be a lovely show. After they left, Officer Qiao couldn't help but admire Xiao Yunduan's charisma and charm. Despite not being overly enthusiastic in his demeanor, he found Xiao Yunduan to be an impressive and outstanding individual. He felt very satisfied with his son-in-law. Later on, Officer Qiao spoke highly of Madame Qiao for finding such a remarkable son-in-law for their daughter. Madame Qiao agreed reluctantly and changed the topic to the Yunduan family. What happened in the past did not matter much, but at this moment, she was willing to do whatever it takes to get closer to them so that they would never have to worry about it again. First, Madame gave Xiaoxin a bracelet worth 10,000 liang. So the Yunduan family must be very rich and generous as well. Officer Qiao instantly came up with much motivation after hearing that. Knowing that it was all for nothing, they might have been infuriated. However, Xiaoxin wouldn't have brought up the first Madame to Madame Qiao if it hadn't been for her mentioning her first. Chapter 722. Fair and square. First Madame was very curious how on earth the couple were. She could meet Madame Xiao to see what on earth was going on with the family. After all of the Yunduan family was too far-reaching for Officer Qiao. Officer Qiao's usual tactics for dealing with wealthy individuals in the county did not apply to the Yunduan family. During a conversation with the couple, Qiuyue abruptly interjected, "Second sister never socializes, and she should have given you a bracelet, Mom." It was selfish of her to refuse. "Okay, Wei." Madame Qiao glanced at her daughter and sighed emotionally. "I'm fine. That bracelet is exquisite and of high grade. It could be worth more than 10,000 liang. If we sold it, we could use the money for old master's business, and we would have much more spare money." Officer Qiao nodded in agreement, but he couldn't help feeling greedy. But he decided not to talk about this. Xin has never seen such nice things, so it's understandable that she likes it. We could talk about it later. Madame Qiao also noticed her husband's interest in the bracelet and smiled before saying, "You're right, there's no need to rush." Officer Qiao nodded in agreement, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. He couldn't help but harbor a grudge towards the Zhao family for being so miserly. They had only lent them a few thousand liang, and even old Master Zhao had claimed to be out traveling just to avoid meeting with him. While Yunduan might want to seek revenge and eliminate the entire family for his own gain, Officer Qiao did not share the same perspective. He had no intention of taking such drastic actions. But he would be leaving for the capital next year, so he saw no point in worrying about it. Officer Qiao consulted with the strategist and inquired about strategies to uncover any illegal actions committed by the Zhao family. By doing so, he could have their enemies report them to the office for a fair trial, leaving the Zhao family powerless. Given the many terrible things the Zhao family had done, it would not be hard to expose their wrongdoings. Yunduan and Xiaoxin speculated that Officer Qiao would use this method to deal with the Zhao family. Shortly after, Officer Qiao made the announcement, and everyone became aware that Yunduan was the provincial champion. This was an unprecedented occurrence, as there had only been a few recommended men from the county, but never a provincial champion. The whole county got excited. Everyone started to ask around who Yunduan was. Manager Qin from Mingrintang spoke the loudest. As a good friend of the provincial champion, he talked about how interesting the champion was, bringing attention and reputation to Mingrintang. Meanwhile, Minghua College found itself in an embarrassing situation. The three teachers were feeling uncomfortable. They were just cultivated talents, while Yunduan was now a provincial champion. They knew they would have to show respect to him whenever they met. The memory of how the college forced him out and failed to set him up kept them embarrassed and anxious, fearing that Yunduan might seek revenge against them. Chapter 723. Going there, the three teachers complained to each other, but they could not come to a decision. As a result, individuals who possessed strong moral values and knowledge began to question whether the three teachers were unsure about their situation. There was even talk of them considering attending a different college in the next county rather than remaining at their current college. It was widely known that Yunduan was forced to leave due to the influence of teachers who had been bribed by Zhao Guanghua. However, most people did not pay much attention to it. Nonetheless, this incident raised concerns about the ethical conduct of the three teachers involved. Interestingly, after leaving, Yunduan went on to become a provincial champion. This essentially implied that the teachers not only had poor ethical standards, but their knowledge was also questionable. Therefore, there was little incentive for the students to remain at the college. The students discussed this matter discreetly, without intentionally concealing anything, which was not entirely hidden from the teacher's knowledge. Before long, the three teachers became aware of these discussions. The teachers were both infuriated and humiliated by the students' discussion, but they were powerless to act on it. They argued amongst themselves discreetly and feigned ignorance. However, deep down, they knew that the future of Minghua College was bleak. The students were not only planning to leave, but they also intended to extend their congratulations to Shao, the recommended Nian, in the village, hoping to receive some valuable guidance from him. Hopefully, that would bring some auspiciousness to their future. The teachers were feeling increasingly dejected. Although the students did not take any overt action, their mere presence served as a constant reminder of the teachers' transgressions. The teachers attempted to act as though nothing had occurred, but the atmosphere remained tense. Meanwhile, Yunduan was not one to hold a grudge and was pleased to receive the students' congratulations. But what about them? Should they visit him or not? The teachers were hesitant to visit Yunduan in case they were met with humiliation, but they felt it would be disrespectful not to pay their respects to a former student of Minghua College. Moreover, they hoped to receive Shao's blessings and perhaps establish a relationship with him that could prove beneficial in the future. If they could mend a bridge with Shao, it could potentially lead to valuable connections and opportunities. As for the three teachers, they discussed amongst themselves and came to the conclusion that saving face was not as important as maintaining a good relationship with Yunduan. They gathered the students and, on behalf of the college, visited Shao with gifts. The teachers would join the group naturally. However, when the college was discussing the visit, Liulang had already rushed home, feeling annoyed and humiliated. He found the whole situation to be incredibly irritating. Fifth cousin, I thought you said you weren't taking the exam. Why did you go ahead and participate anyway? You lied to us. Liulang accused Yunduan, storming towards the first section of the family with a tone of anger, as if Yunduan had committed a wrongdoing. Hey, Liulang, be careful with your words. Ms. Fang intervened, defending Yunduan. Yunduan is a recommended man and a provincial champion, a respected scholar. You should show him some respect, or you might face consequences. Don't forget, he has achieved a higher level than you ever will. Liulang was taken aback by Ms. Fang's stern words and was at a loss for words. There was a saying that went like this, and Liulang knew he needed to respect it. He had to admit that his cousin had achieved a higher level of education and success, and had become a different man from the one he knew before. Chapter 724. Why angry Liulang's eyes were widened. He difficulty burst out the following sentence. Elder Aunt, I asked you if fifth cousin went for the examination, and you told me he did not. You were lying to me as well. Qiao almost burst into laughter hearing Liulang's interrogation. What on earth was he focusing on? Whether or not her husband had gone for the examination had nothing to do with him. And he was provincial champion already. What was the point of asking about this anyway? What was he angry about? In what position was he angry for what anyway? Must her husband stay at home for his sake, just because he failed the examination to become a cultivated talent? He asked her mother-in-law about her husband's participation and got glad when hearing a negative answer. Qiao did not think that lying to him was wrong. Instead, she felt so lucky to have told her mother-in-law not to tell that to this man, or this man would have done something unexpectedly terrible. Ms. Fang didn't back down from what Liulang had said. Well, at that time, it wasn't appropriate to say anything. If Yunduan had failed, it would have been embarrassing for him. So I kept a secret. But as it turns out, he's a provincial champion now. Liulang, I should not have lied to you. But I did that for a purpose. Also, that did not hurt you, did it? Why are you annoyed by this? You should be happy that your cousin is a provincial champion. You can ask him for advice if you have some academic questions, right? You should focus on studies, do you? Eldest uncle consoled him. Yeah, Liulang, don't be anxious. You are smart and diligent. I believe that you can make it as well. For sure. Stop it, elder uncle. Shao Liulang vented his anger. I'll know what you're implying. Cousin is capable, and you don't need to tell me this. You toyed with me and lied to me. There's no need to talk with you anymore. With that, Shao Liulang stormed off, leaving eldest uncle behind, who tried to catch up with him. Liulang, please, don't be angry, he pleaded. But Shao Liulang ignored him and kept walking. Ms. Fang, on the other hand, paid no attention to elder uncle and turned to Xiao Yunduan with a gentle smile. Don't worry about him, Yunduan. He seems to have lost his mind after reading too many useless books. Let's celebrate your achievement instead. Eldest uncle happened to hear that. Xiao Yunduan nodded and smiled. Xiao Xian smiled in agreement. It's all right, I am happy to do it. We have double happiness coming to our door, and it's a joyous occasion to celebrate. Ms. Fang also nodded. Yes, we must host the banquets well. Xiao Xian, you have much work to do to receive the guests. Don't worry, Mom. Leave it to me. Tao Tao, my third sister-in-law, and the maids will work together. You are the mother of a provincial champion, a highly esteemed senior member of the family. Ordinary guests do not deserve to meet you. They should automatically come to pay their respects. Chapter 725, Regret a Mess. Fang was very amused. Oh my, that is not what I am used to. You should, Mom. You will meet even better things in the future. That is your fortune. Ms. Fang laughed. Okay, let's all share the fortune. Thank goodness you are here, so I'm not feeling that unsure anymore. Xiao Xian added. Don't worry, Mom. I will get everything well arranged. Xiao Yunduan looked at these two women, gently and smiling. Sure enough, the strategist and publicists arrived to congratulate Xiao Yunduan. The announcement of his becoming a provincial champion caused a great stir in the first section of the Shao family. People flocked to offer their congratulations. Land officers and elderly men from the clan led Xiao Yunduan to the ancestral hall, where he paid tribute with tears of pride. There had never been a recommended man from the village before, and Xiao Yunduan was the first to obtain the title, which was a great honor for the whole village. Villagers, friends, and relatives, as well as businessmen from the Yue family, such as Manager Qin and Manager Dong, and even businessmen from other villages, all came to offer their congratulations and establish relationships with the family. Xiao Xian had attended many banquets with the first madam and had learned some basic manners. She led young Xiaoni and Tao Tao to receive the guests, and they were also trained in the proper etiquette. The maids helped everything run smoothly, ensuring that everything was in proper order. They were so well-mannered that even some businessmen who didn't think of the Shao family as important couldn't help but adjust their attitudes and show full respect. Despite being just a farmer's family, the Shao family's manners impressed everyone. And with Xiao Yunduan's young age and provincial championship title, he was sure to have a bright future. It was clear that befriending people like this would be beneficial for their own businesses and futures. Most of the guests were male, and Xiao Yunduan's page boy, Songshi, was there to assist Xiao Sanlang and Xiao Xiaoqi in receiving the guests. Manager Dong even offered some of his employees to help, which Xiao Yunduan gratefully accepted and asked them to stay with the Shao family for the time being. When the three teachers from Minghua College and their students arrived, Xiao Yunduan received them with calm and polite demeanor. However, he maintained a polite and composed demeanor when interacting with the teachers, without showing any excessive familiarity or respect towards them. To Xiao Yunduan, only Master Yun was truly worthy of admiration and respect, as he was a man of great talent and integrity. While the college teachers were knowledgeable and ethical, they were not particularly outstanding in Xiao Yunduan's eyes. Despite being expelled from the college, he had no intention of causing a scene or holding any grudges against them. As long as they could interact peacefully, it was enough for him. The teachers were reassured to see Xiao Yunduan receiving them with composure and without any signs of mockery or aggression. They had initially feared that he might pick on them or make fun of them, but were pleasantly surprised to find that he treated them with respect and dignity. Despite feeling relieved, the teachers couldn't help but feel guilty and regretful for their past behavior towards him. They wondered why they had treated him so poorly before. Feeling embarrassed, they didn't stay for too long and left after having just 2 cups of tea. County Magistrate Qiao's strategist also attended the event and brought people to boost Yunduan's reputation. The Shao family received all of their guests at the door, except for those from 2 particular families. Chapter 726. Pretending one of them was the Zhao family, who had wronged the Shao family before. The Shao family found it odd that the Zhao family would come to their door bearing gifts. Did they really believe that a few presents could erase their past transgressions? Zhao Guanyin, the housekeeper, as well as 2 servants from the Zhao family arrived with elaborately wrapped gifts. The first section of the Shao family became furious upon hearing of the guest's arrival. Nis. Fang shouted loudly, "How dare you come to the door? Get out of my place." Shao Sanlang punched directly at Zhao Guanjin's face. "You are staining our floor? Get lost now." Zhao Guanyin was totally confused, asking sternly in a mess, "When did we offend you? You were over the top. How can you punch us for no reason?" "So what? We did not punch you at your door, because we don't have time. If you dare come to us, we will punch you every time you do." Shao Yunduan sneered coldly. "Are you putting on a dumb show, young Master Zhao?" "Well played." Zhao Guanyin was even more confused than angry. He knew that something must have happened. "Oh, really don't have a clue? Then you can ask when you are at home." Shao Yunduan interrupted him. "Leave now, or we will continue to punch you." Faced with the intimidating demeanor of the Shao family, Zhao Guanyin left in a hurry without saying a word. On his way back, he couldn't help but ask his housekeeper, "Did second young Master Zhao do something to offend the Shao family again?" The housekeeper remained silent, trembling with fear from the encounter at the Shao family's doorstep. Zhao Guanyin couldn't help but wonder if the housekeeper was aware of something that he wasn't. The housekeeper suggested, "Perhaps you should ask the second young master himself. He might know what is going on." The Zhao family had 1 head housekeeper and 2 deputy housekeepers. This particular deputy housekeeper served Zhao Guanyin exclusively and was promoted by him. He was treated differently from the other 2 housekeepers and was somewhat alienated from them. He only focused on carrying out tasks assigned to him by the first young master and disregarded anything else that happened in the family. So he was not in a position to comment on old master and second young master's behavior. Zhao Guanyin got angry. "Spill it now." The housekeeper sighed emotionally and spilled the story in a staggering way. What happened at the Yang village was a huge thing, and it was solved directly on the spot. Yang Xiaoni was fast, so she did not even run into Zhao Guanghua. Also, Shao Yunduan was provincial champion, and when he decided to take Yang Zion's side, no one dared to spread the rumor about Yang Xiaoni at all, or things would have gone worse. This kind of thing would always turn ridiculous and fall beyond the truth when it was spread around. Women always became the victim of the topic. Zhao Guanyin really had no idea about this. He was busy with business and fields and Hazus. He had no time to care about family affairs. Also, the second young master was very wild, and no one dared to spill the secret to anybody else or tell him about this humiliation. Zhao Guanjin's heart sank as he said, shivering, "How could this have happened? Was he mental? How dare he do this? He already has 3 maids serving him. Isn't it enough? He even dared to steal a married woman. Why didn't you tell me about this before?" Zhao Guanyin felt so annoyed as his face turned red. He was getting very anxious at the moment. Chapter 727. No talk about second young master. It's no surprise that the first section of the Shao family looked at him strangely, that Shao Sanlang punched him, and that recommended man, Shao, treated him coldly. How could he have even considered stealing a married woman? Such an act was unforgivable, especially considering that Shao Yunduan was the provincial champion and his wife was Officer Qiao's daughter. Officer Qiao might not have paid attention to Ms. Qiao before, but things were different now. Zhao Guanyin felt coldness going through his body, and his heart almost stopped throbbing. He felt desperate. The housekeeper smiled bitterly. With his head lowered, he did not dare defend anyone. He did not dare to say anything about the second young master. In his position, the deputy housekeeper remembered that the first young master had to intervene and tell the second young master to stop. The first young master explained that the second young master was like that, and his orders needed to be followed, or he might seek revenge quickly. That was why he never stepped forward to help when the second young master started to give him a hard time. Young master only consoled him and gave him 5 liulang. He accepted the money and thanked the first young master. There was nothing else he could do about it. He was just a deputy housekeeper, and he could not do anything about that. After that incident, the deputy housekeeper made a conscious decision to pretend not to know anything about the second young master's actions. When the first young master asked him about it, he remained tight-lipped. Why should he reveal any secrets? He did not want to become the target of the second young master's anger. Instead, the first young master would allow the second young master to vent his anger before defending him and putting an end to it all. He was uncertain whether the first young master's approach was the right one, but he knew he didn't want to be the target of the second young master's temper. He had already suffered enough and didn't want to shorten his lifespan due to this. However, the situation was complicated. The second young master had caused a lot of trouble, and the Shao family was not known for forgiving easily. If the matter was not resolved properly and the Shao family did not forgive them, the Zhao family might run into significant trouble. Zhao Guangyin felt so distressed, but his father was not at home, so he had to ask someone to get his father back and try to fix it all. At the Zhang village, Ms.Zhang had just been divorced and sent back to her mother's family when news broke that Shao Yunduan had become the provincial champion. Although Shao Yunduan was from the first section of the family, those from the other sections were also considered family, and they should have benefited from his success. They would never have to worry about food and clothing again. Ms. Zhang and her family were dumbfounded by the news, and Mrs. Zhang became furious, shouting and even striking her own legs. The Shao family is bullying us. They looked down on us and divorced our daughter. I won't stand for this. Chapter 728. Ms. Zhang's intention misses. Zhang lashed out at both the Shao family and Ms. Zhang. You're so useless. You've been married to them for so long, given birth to a son and a daughter, and they still drive you out of the family. What good are you anyway? Ms. Zhang couldn't hold back her tears, and they began to trickle down her face as she sobbed. She didn't even dare cry in front of her mother, because she knew she would only be met with more cursing and beatings. Zhang Debao, meanwhile, had forgotten about the punches he had received from the Shao family and joined in. Yeah, the Shao family is terrible. They drove the second sister out of the family on purpose. Why must we be bullied? Second sister has given birth to the lineal children of the family, and they can't just ignore her completely. Mom, send the second sister back to the Shao family. The Shao family was now flourishing, and Mrs. Zhang knew that if she could somehow remain connected to them, her family would surely benefit from it. There was no point in staying at her own home since she wasn't earning any money. Ms. Zhang also shared the same intention of returning to the Shao family. She missed her children and her husband and had to admit that her life at her mother-in-law's home was much better than her life at her own home, despite her mother-in-law's constant scolding. Mrs. Zhang agreed with her son's suggestion and said, "That's right. Let's go back to the Shao family. If your wicked mother-in-law still refuses to accept you, then go and plead with Shao Erlang and your children. You gave birth to them, and they should listen to you. If you can't even control your own children, then what's the use of you being here at home all day?" Nis. Zhang couldn't bring herself to look up and speak. She was doing her best to stay close to their uncle, but her children hardly ever saw him, and they didn't believe her words. Meanwhile, her mother-in-law kept giving her chores to do, leaving her with barely any time to take care of her children. As they talked, Mr. Zhang chimed in. Why rush into things? Let's wait a bit longer. We've spoken with the land officer and elderly men, and they've promised to help us out. According to the old saying, marriages should not be broken up without good reason. Our daughter hasn't done anything wrong, and the land officer should intervene on our behalf. Mrs. Zhang nodded in agreement. She felt reassured by her husband's words. The next day, Mr. Zhang went to the land officer and the elderly men and asked for their assistance. To their relief, things went more smoothly than expected. They all agreed to help, seeing it as a way to strengthen their own community ties. What was more, Yunduan was the top-ranked candidate and likely to enter the government office soon. Having a relative like Ms. Zhang in their family would certainly be advantageous for the Zhangs. So, the land officer and other villagers from Zhang village accompanied Ms. Zhang to Shouting Village. However, they were unsure whether she should first return to the second section of the family or visit the first section to offer congratulations. They agreed to visit the provincial champion first. It was always better to approach with a smile than to be turned away. Relatives and friends were already visiting the Shao family to offer their congratulations, so the Zhang family should do the same. The provincial champion would surely accept their well wishes, and if they were accepted, then Ms. Zhang would be accepted too. Chapter 729. Ms. Fang's Annoyance. If they could just express their regrets and offer apologies, perhaps the second section of the Shao family could accept Ms. Zhang completely. Although Mrs. Zhang initially did not want to apologize, Mr. Zhang insisted, and she had to oblige. After all, it was the Zhang family's fault for being caught red-handed by Xiao Erlang, so an apology was necessary. Despite her reluctance, Mrs. Zhang kept her objections to herself and agreed to apologize. When the Zhang family arrived at Shouting Village, they went straight to the first section of the Shao family. Many guests had already visited to offer their congratulations and kind words. Thus, when the group from Zhang Village arrived, the first section of the Shao family happened to be free to receive guests. As the group approached the door, Songshi, who was standing guard, was startled by their size and hurried off to inform the family. Ms. Fang, eldest uncle, and Xiao Yunduan all came to greet them, but their expressions darkened upon seeing that the group was from Zhang Village. The land officer and the elderly men from Zhang Village offered their congratulations and kind words to Ms. Fang, who responded politely. Eldest uncle even invited them inside the house. However, Ms. Fang shouted, "Hang on!" She threw a cold look at Ms. Zhang. The Zhang family must not be here. We don't accept such evil women. She's staining our floor. Ms. Fang had always disliked Ms. Zhang, and after what Ms. Zhang did to her son and got divorced, her resentment grew even stronger. She glared at Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xiaoqi, blaming them for meddling in her family affairs and causing her so much trouble. She even wished them a miserable life. Ms. Fang's grudge against Ms. Zhang remained deep. Ms. Zhang and the Zhang family may have regretted their actions, but it was too late to make amends in Ms. Fang's eyes. Mrs. Zhang was so annoyed. "We are relatives. We have no vicious relatives like you. Ms. Zhang is divorced, and you have just accepted the letter. We have nothing to do with you." "What? Glaring back at me? What are you thinking? Throwing temper at my place?" Xiao Yunduan added, "Mom is right. The Zhang family are not ethical people, and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. They're not accepted to our door, but the others are welcomed inside." But Mr. Zhang's expression turned to anger, although he tried to maintain a smile on his face. "Recommended man Shao, we are here to pass on our congratulations with sincerity. My daughter used to be your sister-in-law, and, as a scholar, you should understand the importance of proper etiquette." "Of course he does," Ms. Fang sneered. "That's why we're not associating with you." "Sister-in-law? She is not. If everyone follows your example and comes to my door uninvited, am I supposed to welcome bandits and hooligans as well? This is not proper etiquette, and it's tarnishing our family's reputation." Xiao Xian added, "Mom is totally right." Yang Xiaoni nodded. "Yes, absolutely right." The land officer and the others exchanged a look between themselves, feeling quite embarrassed. They had not expected the conversation to turn this way. Trying to ease the tension, the land officer smiled and spoke up. "Ms. Zhang made a mistake, but even saints make mistakes and learn from them. Perhaps she deserves another chance. She has been doing well in her current home, raising children, respecting her in-laws, taking care of her husband and household duties. She is a diligent person." Chapter 730. Rejection. What do you say we go inside and discuss this in private? After all, we're here to congratulate and discuss the family affairs of Ms. Zhang and Xiao Erlang, and it's unfortunate that a family has been broken up. The children are still so young, and Ms. Zhang isn't a criminal, right? Eldest uncle had a kind heart and was mindful of his reputation, so he couldn't bear to see the Zhang family begging for forgiveness at the door. The land officer's words only added to his discomfort. He was about to ask the guests to come into the door. Yes, we can talk in a room, because I feel it is not easy to talk it through clearly within a short while. Oh yeah, that is great. The Zhang family are not welcome inside, Ms. Fang retorted sharply to eldest uncle. Her expression turned even darker as she continued. Yunduan is now a provincial champion, and our family has a good reputation. We cannot allow these types of people to ruin it. Not just the Zhang family, but anyone like them should never be allowed into our home. Shao Yunduan added, I'll agree with my mother. Land Officer Zhang and elderly men, that's what I meant. The others hesitated and turned to eldest uncle for his decision. Feeling annoyed that his wife and son were publicly humiliating him, eldest uncle responded, Yunduan may have achieved success, but we cannot turn away villagers. While we are not related, we can still treat them as guests and offer them hospitality. You old man, how dare you accept such a despicable family? Are you happy to see Yunduan's reputation tarnished? Ms. Fang exclaimed, her anger boiling over. She stomped hard on the floor in frustration. Why do you call us despicable? Is your whole family that is despicable? Your family divorced our daughter, and now your son has become a recommended man. You think you are of a higher class, and we are beneath you. Mrs. Zhang continued, her voice rising with each word. If you didn't like us, your family should never have married our daughter. She has given birth to children for the Shao family and worked for you for so many years. And now, you're just driving her away? How could she be summoned and dismissed so easily? Our daughter was a complete woman before she married into this family, and she would never have done such a thing if not for you. She is a sister, and it is her duty to help her brother. What is wrong with that? How could you force her to make that mistake? You made her do it. Mrs. Zhang's voice was raised, her anger palpable. Elle spared no efforts to raise a daughter and gave her to your family. She was just trying to help her brother. What is wrong with that? She continued, we are not finished with this. We will not be bullied. Everyone present. Young Xiaoni's eyes widened as she listened to the argument. She spoke up quietly, but that's not right. Second sister-in-law, or rather, Ms. Zhang, you are the daughter-in-law of the second branch of the family, not ours. Why are you complaining here? And I have never seen a mother treat her son like this. How can such a mistake be seen as something positive? Your family is really scary. Qiao Xian snorted. My husband being a provincial champion has nothing to do with you. The announcement was made by the county, not us. And Ms. Zhang's mistake and subsequent removal from the family has nothing to do with my husband's success either. Chapter 731. Not deserving. Elle cannot believe you had the audacity to call my mother horrible. You were the one who made the first mistake by coming to our home and insulting us. If you dare to set foot in our house again today, we will ensure that you face utter humiliation. Yang Xiaoni said, very right. Everyone present. Ms. Fang snorted and glanced proudly at the two daughter-in-laws of hers. Things are different now. She was safeguarded by people as well. No one could bully her anymore. Mrs. Zhang was so annoyed. How? The others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain as they directed their disapproval towards Mrs. Zhang. They regretted believing Ms. Zhang and now questioned her character, especially considering the behavior of her children. Agreeing to accompany them here to reconcile with the Shao family was a grave mistake, and they couldn't help but feel humiliated by the whole situation. Qiao Xian had recently dispatched someone to summon the second section of the family, telling them that the Zhang family had returned with demands for money. Their intention was to use the first section of the family's assistance as leverage against the second section of the family, coercing them into making a deal. Ms. Niu had always been irritated by Ms. Zhang's actions, but her irritation had now transformed into intense hatred. Ms. Zhang had not only stolen from them to provide for her own family, but had also manipulated her own son. When news reached Ms. Niu that the Zhang family was attempting to gain control over the second section of the family through the first section, her anger reached its boiling point. Fueled by fury, Ms. Niu approached the Zhang family and directed her scathing words directly at them, not holding back her contempt for Ms. Zhang and her actions. Ms. Niu firmly informed the Zhang family to cease their harassment, emphasizing that they had no chance of marrying someone like Ms. Zhang, regardless of Shao Erlang's potential future remarriage. Unable to contain her frustration, Mrs. Zhang engaged in a heated argument with Ms. Niu, their confrontation on the verge of turning physical. The land officer, growing exasperated, developed a headache. He could no longer tolerate the situation and bid a forced, polite farewell to Shao Yunduan, swiftly escorting the Zhang family away. Ms. Niu spat in their direction before storming off, seething with anger. Peace and quiet descended once again, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the first section of the Shao family. The Zhang family's incessant arguments and disruptive behavior earned them a reputation for being unreasonable, noisy, and bothersome. Eldest uncle strongly disapproved of their conduct and emotionally expressed, "Yunduan, you are the provincial champion. You should treat the villagers with kindness and not forget your roots or mistreat them." Upon hearing eldest uncle's words, Ms. Fang couldn't help but express, mistreating them? She found his remarks about her husband unjust. Are we expected to consider an immoral woman like Ms. Zhang as family? The Zhang family is far from virtuous, especially when their children are raised to behave this way. That old woman even cursed at me. Do you think I should just smile and tolerate such behavior? They are not worthy of being considered our fellow villagers. What are you even saying? Ms. Fang retorted vehemently. Dad, Shao Yunduan interjected, feeling helpless. I am just a provincial champion, not even holding a significant position. It is premature to discuss forgetting one's roots at this stage. Many people harbor jealousy towards me and secretly plot against me. We should never associate ourselves with individuals like that. We should never have any connection with the Zhang family and the Zhao family. You never know what they are plotting. If you find it unbearable, then stay out of the limelight. Don't interfere in anything related to me, Dad. Ms. Fang reassured him, Duan, don't worry. I am here. I will never let anyone like them tarnish your reputation. I won't forgive anyone who tries to harm you. Chapter 732. Officer Qiao Yunduan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Mom, thank you. Ms. Fang smiled and replied, Don't mention it. It's nothing. Eldest uncle felt a sense of isolation, and his heart felt empty. He began to lose interest. He felt unjust. As a father, he didn't intend to harm his son. He only wanted Yunduan to improve so that the whole family could prosper. Yunduan was a recommended man, and he needed to be modest and cautious to avoid giving people a reason to gossip. Those words wouldn't be well received. The Zhang family's behavior was excessive, but the land officer was not entirely wrong. The children were still young, and Ms. Zhang's preference for her mother's family was her only mistake. If she were at the door, she must be feeling guilty about it. She could make a promise to never do it again, so why be so harsh? He genuinely wanted the whole family to live in harmony. Why was there nobody who understood him? Eldest uncle's heart felt heavy with sadness. However, little did he know that Shao Yunduan had never aspired to be a passive and docile man. He would never back down in the face of injustice. The Zhang family harbored malicious intentions, and he earnestly wished for the second section of the family to sever ties with them soon. As the date for the banquet was finalized, the entire Shao family became immersed in preparations. They were making arrangements for hosting 50 tables at the banquet. They planned to invite the affluent businessmen who had come to extend their congratulations, the professors and students from the college, as well as relatives, friends, including Manager Qin and fellow villagers. Initially, they had prepared 50 tables, but realizing it might not be sufficient, they decided to add 10 more. With the banquet just 4 days away, Shao Yunduan took charge of writing the invitations, while Manager Dong and Qi were assigned the task of delivering them. Shao Yunduan personally informed the county magistrate about the upcoming banquet, but made the decision not to send him an invitation. He explained that the event was expected to have a large number of attendees, and the presence of the county magistrate might create a formal and restrained atmosphere, preventing guests from celebrating freely. However, Yunduan assured the county magistrate that if he returned to the county with Officer Qiao later, they would be treated separately and accorded the appropriate hospitality. Officer Qiao was pleased to hear Shao Yunduan's considerate decision and commended him for his thoughtfulness. Initially, Officer Qiao had been reluctant to visit the countryside as it was not a place he particularly enjoyed. He had been concerned that his absence might disappoint Shao Yunduan, but now he was contemplating what he should do in response to the situation. Shao Yunduan took the initiative to propose the idea of not inviting the county magistrate to the banquet, which showed his thoughtfulness as a son-in-law. However, the underlying truth was that Shao Yunduan had never intended for the county magistrate to visit his home. With the date for the banquet confirmed and invitations distributed, the preparations were set in motion. Villagers came forward to lend their assistance, and the banquet chefs were present to oversee the cooking. Since the dishes couldn't be preserved for an extended period, fresh ingredients had to be purchased on the same day to ensure the highest quality for the meal. The banquet required a total of 8 bowls to accommodate all the guests. To ensure freshness, 2 large and plump pigs were purchased and slaughtered during the night. Alongside the pigs, 60 chickens and 60 ducks were also prepared. Fresh mushrooms and vegetables from the garden were added to the menu, along with additional ingredients sourced from the villagers. With the preparations completed, they anxiously awaited the arrival of the scheduled date. However, the Zhao family unexpectedly appeared once again. Madame Zhao and her elder daughter-in-law, Ms. Quan, claimed to be visiting to extend their congratulations. While Madame Zhao wore a smile, her condescending manner and choice of words made everyone uncomfortable. Chapter 733, Unknown MS. Su was still recovering in bed. Ms. Fang decided not to allow young Xiaoni to come to the door, since she was related to this incident. Taking charge of the situation, Ms. Fang herself greeted Madame Zhao and firmly declined her entry. She couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration with the Zhao family's audacity. Did they truly believe that a few women could sway her decision? Absolutely not. Their attempts to win her over with elaborate gift boxes went unnoticed by Ms. Fang. She didn't even spare a glance at them, let alone consider accepting their offerings. The Zhao family seemed to hold the mistaken belief that Ms. Fang and her family were ignorant and unaware of the world around them. However, Ms. Fang couldn't help but find their assumptions amusing. Young Master Yue and young Master Xie had presented far more impressive gifts, having experienced and witnessed countless remarkable things. The Zhao family likely couldn't even compare to some of the items they possessed. With their arrogant expressions and presumptuous demeanor, these 2 women had nothing of interest to offer in a conversation. Ms. Fang had no desire to engage with them on any level. Attempting to maintain a sense of composure, young Madame Quan intervened and urged Ms. Fang to reconsider. She emphasized the importance of not becoming enemies and suggested a discussion to resolve their differences. Madame Fang, let's have a seat and talk about this. We are here to convey blessings. After all, just let us know what you need. Qiao Xian interjected firmly. There's nothing to discuss at this moment. We are not on the same level. Please leave. Mrs. Shao, we genuinely mean well. Would you be willing to negotiate if this situation happened to your own family? Young Madame Quan found herself at a loss for words. She realized that the response she wanted to give was not something she could say in this situation. The answer was, of course, no. The atmosphere grew tense as both sides stood their ground, unwilling to back down. Madame Zhao furrowed her brow and spoke candidly. Mrs. Shao, let's be frank. My son lacks direction in life and often associates with unsavory characters who influence his behavior. That's why incidents like this happen. But no real harm was done, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here to discuss it. My elder son and I have already reprimanded him, and he will never dare to do anything like this again. We have come here to apologize, Ms. Fang. We are all from the same county, so let's put this behind us. Whatever you need, Just say it, and we will do our best to assist you." Madame Zhao felt a pang of unease as she uttered those words. She never imagined herself stooping so low as to apologize to someone from the countryside like Ms. Fang, let alone demean herself in this way. But Ms. Fang's son was successful. Madame Zhao's own son had caused trouble, leaving her with no choice but to swallow her pride. Young Madame Quan chimed in, attempting to salvage the situation with a smile. "Money, land, anything you desire, NIS." Fang sneered in response. "Leave this place. We have no need for your money or land. We won't let our family be humiliated over such things. Stop wasting our time and leave. Don't soil our land with your presence." Madame Zhao struggled to contain her anger. "Then tell us, what is it that you need, if our offers are of no use to you?" Madame Zhao was taken aback by the swift dismissal from the Shao family, as she hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so quickly. Ms. Fang had no intention of disclosing her demands to Madame Zhao. "What are you thinking?" Madame Zhao inquired. "I have no idea," Madame Zhao admitted. Xian interjected. "Well, that's your problem to figure out. We're not here to solve your issues. Mom, let's just ignore her and go home." "Good idea." Chapter 734. Lucky Young Xiaoni. Afterward, Ms. Fang led her daughter-in-laws and daughter back into the house, leaving Madame Zhao and her daughter-in-law standing outside. The maids inside were instructed not to open the door for them, as they appeared to be quite agitated. Outside the house, a crowd had gathered, witnessing the unfolding drama. Whispers and discussions filled the air. Recognizing the sensitivity of the situation, some onlookers believed it would be best for the truth to be revealed and for everything to be clarified. By doing so, they hoped to prevent any unfounded rumors from spreading further. As the news of the incident spread throughout the village, it reached the ears of everyone residing there. This widespread awareness was also a stroke of luck for young Xiaoni. Coincidentally, during the same period, Yunduan achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the provincial champion. This prestigious title commanded respect and had the power to ward off any ill intentions or troublemakers. Given the bad reputation of the first section of the Shao family for their quick temper, no one dared to provoke or offend them. Even after the incident was revealed and clarified, there were concerns that people might shift the blame onto young Xiaoni, suspecting that there must be something wrong with her. They might question why such an incident happened to her alone and make baseless assumptions about her character or circumstances. But things were different. When the villagers learned about the visitors, they all blamed the Zhao family. The audacity of the Zhao family. They have committed numerous wrongdoings simply because they have wealth. How dare they offend the family of the esteemed provincial champion? It's no wonder they are plagued by misfortune. If only they had raised their son properly. They have brought this upon themselves and deserve no good fortune in their lives. Absolutely, a family like theirs deserves to learn a lesson. We should be grateful that fate has revealed their true colors. It's utterly shameless of them to show up at our door after everything they've done. The two women from the Zhao family overheard the disparaging comments and felt a surge of fury and humiliation. Unable to bear the situation any longer, they hastily departed from the scene. Back at home, Zhao Guangyin anxiously awaited the return of his mother and wife. Seeing them arrive, he approached with concern and inquired about the situation. Madame Zhao, overcome by anger, snapped at him, "Don't make me endure such humiliation. I have lived for so long only to be subjected to this. Instead of supporting me, you are driving me to face further disgrace. How dare you let this happen to me?" Zhao Guanjian's heart sank as he realized the severity of the situation. He turned to his wife. Young Madame Quan smiled bitterly. "We were even denied entry at the door. The Shao family refused to entertain any discussion or accept our gestures of apology." Madame Zhao sneered. "Let's not dwell on it for now. They're just putting on a show. Yunduan is merely a recommended man, not an official. There's no guarantee he'll secure a government position. We must be cautious and ensure Guang doesn't become entangled in their schemes." Zhao Guangyin felt a profound sense of weariness and heartache. He was never as favored as his brother, and his mother's bias towards his brother was evident. However, he never anticipated that his mother would go to such lengths to protect his brother, even in this situation. Instead of encouraging self-reflection, she instructed him to remain indoors to avoid falling victim to any schemes orchestrated by the Shao family. But did the Shao family really need to set him up? After all, Shao Yunduan's father-in-law was none other than County Magistrate Qiao. Mom, have you forgotten about County Magistrate Qiao? Stop bringing up County Magistrate Qiao to me. Madame Zhao felt a surge of annoyance upon hearing his name. That corrupt official has extorted so much money from us. If he dares to make any moves, we'll bring him down with us. Mom, he can easily deny any involvement with the money. Let's not invite more trouble. Madame Zhao was taken aback by her son's words and snapped. Just leave. Stop standing there obstructing my view. Zhao Guangyin sighed and bid his mother farewell, retreating from her presence. Chapter 735. Worst case. Zhao Guangyin dismissed his servants and returned to his private quarters, where only his wife remained. Gather our most valuable belongings and secretly transfer them to your family's home. Keep them hidden and make sure no one knows about it, he instructed. He also contemplated withdrawing money from their shared savings for personal storage. Young Madame Quan was taken aback. Is it really that serious? I'm not sure, Zhao Guangyin replied with a sigh. If the Shao family were simply causing trouble, it would be easier to handle. We could offer them money and use sweet words to make them go away. But right now, they're treating us poorly and refusing to negotiate. So, young Madame Quan felt a sense of unease. She suggested, what if we ask your mother and sister to visit the Qiao family? Your sister and elder Miss Qiao are good friends, and your mother has a good relationship with Madame Qiao. If they intervene and offer to reconcile, perhaps the Shao family would back down. Zhao Guangyin found himself feeling a glimmer of hope. While uncertain of the outcome, it was worth a try. So he agreed. But Madame Zhao was unable to have the invitation delivered to the Qiao family at all. They couldn't even meet with Madame Qiao and Xiaowei. Zhao Guangyin had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Soon, a grand banquet was held at the main residence of the Shao family, spanning 2 days. People from Zhang village attended the feast, but the Zhang family was conspicuously absent. They knew it was best to stay away and not be present in such circumstances. Yang Liulang and his wife didn't even dare to show up. However, some people from Yang village attended the banquet. The couple had become the laughing stock of the village, and they had no face to meet anyone. After the banquet, the Shao family returned to a state of calm. Shao Yunduan began preparing for the upcoming spring examination next year. Meanwhile, Ms. Fang, Yang Xiaoni, Qiao Xian, and Taro had some time to go through the presents they received. Qiao Xian prepared 2 booklets to list down all the items and accessories, making it easier for them to organize and find what they needed in IS. Fang thought it was an excellent idea. Since Qiao Xian was the only literate woman in the household, Ms. Fang appointed her as the person in charge of organizing gifts. They had received a total of 2,300 liang in monetary gifts, along with various other presents such as clothing, jewelry, tea leaves, tea sets, spices, calligraphy and paintings, inkstones, paperweights, stationery, toys, jade vases, fans, screens, and more. Ms. Fang was overjoyed, but she wanted Qiao Xian to select some items to share among the family, so that everyone could feel uplifted. The remaining items would be stored in the storage room. Qiao Xian distributed 6 pieces of clothing to the girls, along with 3 or 4 pieces of jewelry and several decorative items for each of their rooms. Shao Sanlang, Shao Xiaoqi, and Shao Junyan received writing tools as their gifts. What do you think, Mom? We can definitely store these items and save them for special occasions. Whenever you want to give away presents, you can simply select some from the storage room and record it in the booklet. Ever since the completion of the new house, everyone had received a set of brand new furniture, including tea tools. They had everything they needed and lacked nothing. Ms. Fang expressed her joy and praised Xiao for doing an excellent job in sorting things out. Chapter 736. Shao Liulang's absent. Speaking of the writing tools, Shao Yunduan shared his plans with the villagers about establishing a school. With the expanding properties at home, it would be more convenient if everyone could read and write. This way, Shao Sanlang and the others could learn essential writing and reading skills. As for Shao Junyan, it was high time for him to start his journey of learning. If he could excel and become a cultivated talent, that would be truly remarkable. However, being able to read and write did depend mostly on innate gift. It was a reality that only a few people were accepted into schools and succeeded in passing examinations. Hard work alone did not always guarantee success in obtaining a government position. Even without gift, one could aspire to reach the rank of cultivated talent at best. However, having a certain title could provide better opportunities to manage and inherit properties. It was considered more beneficial to pursue lifelong learning and strive to become a recommended candidate when reaching old age. If half of one's prime years had already passed, what purpose did life serve? In truth, if a person failed multiple times in their attempts to become a cultivated talent, it might be more sensible to let go and pursue other avenues instead of persisting. Not everyone excelled in every aspect. What truly mattered was to lead a fulfilling, joyful, and meaningful life, fostering harmony within the family and cultivating a better future for the next generation. Upon hearing the suggestion to attend school, Shao Sanlang was overwhelmed with reluctance. Shao Xiaoqi, having already learned some reading from Shao Yunduan, didn't harbor as many reservations. Shao Sanlang didn't feel compelled to delve deep into studies. As long as he could comprehend contracts and agreements, he believed that would suffice. Eventually, Shao Sanlang came to terms with the idea, realizing he could navigate the process. He relinquished his initial objections. Ms. Su was elated by the prospect. She envisioned a bright future for Shao Junyan, confident that with proper guidance and education, he could distinguish himself among his peers. Witnessing the success and radiance of her brother-in-law's family, Ms. Su couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The entire household was filled with a remarkable aura. If Shao Junyan could achieve greatness and become a talented individual, it would bring further glory to her as his mother. Though she already enjoyed a certain level of prestige, with her own relatives flattering her, the success of her own son would elevate her honor and prestige even more. Ms. Su held high hopes for Shao Junyan and the young son she cradled in her arms. She yearned for at least one of them to attain success in the future. As presents were distributed, including to the other branches of the family, Ms. Fang gifted them garments, 2 rolls of tea, and some food. And in secret, Ms. Yan was given a pair of gold bracelets as a token of affection. Ms. Fang kindly instructed Qiao Xian to select whatever item she desired and take as many as she pleased. These items were intended for Shao Yunduan. Despite being part of the shared savings, Ms. Fang displayed great generosity in offering them. However, Qiao Xian wasn't particularly drawn to these possessions, as she didn't feel a lack of anything in her life. Being treated like a daughter by First Madam, she had received numerous presents from her that were valuable and extravagant, encompassing a wide range of categories, including everyday household necessities. Qiao Xian had been graciously bestowed with an assortment of needlework supplies, including a complete set of bronze needles and threads made from silk, gold, silver, and other materials in a myriad of colors. However, Qiao Xian only chose a handful of garments suitable for her to wear in the village, along with a few ornaments. She also selected some writing tools such as ink and paper for Shao Yunduan. Content with her choices, she expressed gratitude and mentioned that she could acquire more when the need arose. Upon witnessing Qiao Xian's modest selection, Ms. Fang presented Qiao Xian with an additional bonus of 500 liang as a gesture of appreciation. Qiao Xian graciously accepted the bonus. While the first section of the family was immersed in the lively celebrations, Shao Liulang had been conspicuously absent throughout the entire event. Rumors circulated that he had a close friend at the college who encountered some trouble, and he had gone to offer assistance. The first section of the family neither confirmed nor rejected this excuse. In fact, they seemed indifferent to Xiao Liulang's absence, showing little concern or interest in the matter. Chapter 737. Not bowing to Xiao Yunduan eldest uncle, concerned about Xiao Liulang's absence, paid a visit to the third section of the family to inquire about his whereabouts. He approached third uncle and Ms. Ma, expressing his desire for Xiao Liulang to return so that Yunduan could offer him assistance. Eldest uncle believed that Yunduan's connections and guidance could potentially help Xiao Liulang find success. He held a genuine hope that the two boys could achieve greatness together. Third uncle and Ms. Ma, upon hearing eldest uncle's words, felt a surge of motivation. The stark reality they faced left no room for self-deception. They understood the importance of taking action and confronting the challenges ahead. Reluctantly, third uncle and Ms. Ma acknowledged that Xiao Liulang could benefit from Xiao Yunduan's assistance in his journey forward. They had privately conveyed this notion to Xiao Liulang, but he adamantly refused to accept it. He was unwilling to confront the truth. Xiao Liulang held onto the belief that Xiao Yunduan would never genuinely help him. He was convinced that any aid offered would come with strings attached, reducing him to the role of a lowly servant, while Xiao Yunduan secretly mocked his efforts. In his mind, he had resigned himself to the fact that he would never receive genuine support, not even in his wildest dreams. So he resolutely refused to bow down to Xiao Yunduan. Third uncle let out a heartfelt sigh. Liulang is incredibly intelligent and well-read. However, he has encountered misfortune and failed the examination twice. It has left him feeling deeply distressed. The success of Yunduan only exacerbates Liulang's sense of guilt and sadness. Elder brother, you can empathize with his situation. If Liulang were to return now, he would face humiliation. Unless Yunduan personally goes to retrieve him and aids in building his reputation. Eldest uncle sighed in understanding. He had a conversation with Xiao Yunduan about this matter. Liulang has faced numerous failures in the examinations, and, as his cousin, you should understand him and accommodate his temperament. Help him to the best of your ability so that when he achieves success in the future, both of you can support each other. Wouldn't that be a marvelous thing? He may appear annoyed, but deep down, he desires to be closer to you, aid in building his reputation, and personally bring him back home. What are your thoughts on this? Xiao Yunduan smiled. Dad, if it were cousin who had succeeded in the examination today, do you think he and his parents would take care of me, understand me, or come to our door to flaunt their success? Do you still remember that when I was falsely accused by the college, he laughed so gleefully, and his parents even advised you to stop my studies because they believed I would never achieve success academically. They even suggested I work in the fields instead. But now that I have become the provincial champion, I have never humiliated or mocked him. So why does he feel so humiliated? Why should I go and coddle him, flatter him? It all seems rather peculiar. Eldest uncle felt a sense of humiliation. How can you say that? You are the provincial champion, and you can show inclusivity, but I am not going to lower myself for him. He is not deserving of it. Dad, just let go of everything and enjoy your happiness. Eldest uncle stood there in silence, unable to utter a word as he watched his son walk away. He sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of hurt. Why was there no one who understood him? He meant no harm. All he wanted was for everyone to do well. Yunduan was experiencing success now, and he had a good chance of advancing further in the spring examination. He even had a supportive father-in-law who could assist him on his journey. A bright future awaited him. He had everything he needed. But why couldn't he show inclusivity and encourage Liulang to strive harder? Why get caught up in trivial matters? As Madame Qiao received Qiao Xian, her demeanor was no longer that of a timid individual. She conversed with a genuine smile, exuding newfound confidence. Qiao Xian remained confident and composed, her demeanor carrying a sense of quiet strength. As she lifted her wrist, the sight of a pair of exquisite white jade bracelets caught everyone's attention. The bracelets were new, radiant, and undoubtedly expensive. Qiuyue, who had never seen such beautiful jade bracelets before, couldn't help but sneer involuntarily. Sister, now that you're flourishing and transformed, it seems you found support from a prominent figure, Qiuyue remarked sarcastically. Qiao Xian maintained her smile. I am not seeking. It is just that my husband is successful and I am attached. The remark only served to further irritate the women. They believed that a woman's aspiration should be to marry a successful man and enjoy a better and more affluent life together. Madame Qiao composed herself and responded with a forced smile. One understands your perspective, but it is important for married women to show proper respect and deference to their husbands. Your casual remarks may not convey the appropriate level of respect for your husband. Qiao Xian smiled back. My husband doesn't mind. He likes me being like this. Chapter 739. Not way to do Madame Qiao. So I got tricked. Villain. Seeing that her own daughter was on the verge of exploding again, Madame Qiao found an excuse to separate Qiuyue and concubine Du from the situation. Qiuyue resisted leaving, but Auntie Ling intervened and guided her away. Now, only Madame Qiao, along with two trusted maids, Yuzan and Rui, remained in the room with Qiao Xian and Li Qiu. Madame Qiao's demeanor suddenly turned menacing, attempting to intimidate Qiao Xian. The original host, who had grown accustomed to being bullied, would have been frightened in this situation. But Qiao Xian stood her ground, unafraid of Madame Qiao's bluff. She was totally out of control now. No one else is here, so I won't waste time on useless chatter. Shao Yunduan was just get lucky to become provincial champion. My husband's success is not mere luck. He is talented, and earning the title of provincial champion is a testament to his abilities. Qiao Xian's pride in her husband was evident, and she was determined to set the record straight. She refused to let Madame Qiao humiliate her husband any further. Interrupted by Qiao Xian's assertiveness, Madame Qiao's previously raised imposing attitude faltered. Madame Qiao gave Qiao Xian a displeased look, but chose not to engage in a direct argument. Instead, she dismissively responded, Provincial champion is just a title, far from being a real officer. Many recommended men have failed to progress beyond this point. The interview examination is not easy, and even if he manages to pass, without influential connections, financial resources, or patronage, he will only be appointed to a modest position. He will remain a minor officer, leading a quiet and unremarkable life. Old Master and your brothers hold positions in the governmental office, and we have influential connections in the capital. If Shao Yunduan wishes to navigate the bureaucratic landscape smoothly, he will require Old Master's assistance. Now you comprehend the situation, don't you? Qiao Xian nodded. Yes, I understand. Good. I'm glad you've grasped it, Madame Qiao said, satisfaction evident in her voice. Now you comprehend your role and what you must do. As a daughter of the Qiao family, if you don't have our support, even a concubine could replace you once Shao Yunduan achieves his official position. He won't hold you in high regard. Madame Qiao was speaking candidly, urging Qiao Xian not to become overly reliant on Shao Yunduan while neglecting her own family. Instead, she emphasized the importance of relying on her own family for support more than ever before. Qiao Xian maintained a smile, but remained silent. Madame Qiao continued, Just go home and contemplate it. We will visit the Yue family on double ninth day. Remember, your father values our relationship with the Yue family, and you mustn't jeopardize that. Qiao Xian smiled and replied, I am clueless about what to do. You have to guide me, mother. Madame Qiao scoffed. Indeed, she was the one with plans, while Qiao Xian was deemed useless and incapable of anything. She should not rely on her for assistance. Yuzan suddenly smiled and suggested, Madame Qiao, Elder Miss mentioned her desire for a white jade bracelet. I think second miss has a beautiful pair. What if we give one to elder miss as a symbol of their sisterly devotion? Rui chimed in, smiling. I'll agree. Elder miss has fair and elegant skin, perfect for jade ornaments. Second miss jade hairpin would also complement elder miss beautifully. Madame Xiao smiled, but remained silent, sipping her tea. Xiao Xian understood their intentions immediately. Madame Xiao had given a grand speech, and the two maids were fanning the flames, hoping Xiao Xian would express her gratitude. Chapter 740. Madame Xiao's stiffened smile. If Xiao Xian were to heed the words of the two maids and hand over the hairpin and bracelet to Qiuyue, it would imply her willingness to abide by Madame Xiao's advice, regardless of her personal agreement with it. However, Xiao Xian had never been in alignment with Madame Xiao's viewpoints. While she understood the intention behind those words, she couldn't bring herself to concur. Xiao Xian retorted, "Sister possesses an abundance of fine possessions and does not require mine. These were originally bestowed upon me by First Madam, and I cannot bestow them upon anyone else. Mother's excessive indulgence towards you emboldens you to utter such words." Yuzan and Rui exchanged a bewildered glance, their confusion evident. Madame Xiao's once warm smile faltered, replaced by a rigid expression. Her gaze locked onto Xiao Xian, penetrating her eyes with intensity. "Leave immediately," Yuzan and Rui, too, sensed the overwhelming tension in the room, prompting them to bow their heads and swiftly depart, sensing the need to withdraw from the daunting atmosphere. "Xiao Xian, there is no need for pretense when there are no prying eyes. Allow me to enlighten you. Your animosity should not be directed towards me, but rather towards your mother. She repulsed me by engaging in an affair with the old master while I was carrying a child, and you deserve the treatment I bestow upon you. What I've just revealed holds true. Men are never dependable. The more elevated their status, the less trustworthy they become. Do you believe your life will improve once Shao Yunduan achieves greater success in the future? You are utterly mistaken. If he remains stagnant at his current position, you can lead a peaceful existence. However, should he rise even higher, what will you have to offer him to maintain his respect? Without our assistance, you possess nothing that commands his admiration. Do you truly believe it is wiser to become an adversary rather than an ally of the Qiao family? Don't be foolish." Madame Xiao possessed the ability to adapt her thinking to the circumstances at hand. She acknowledged that Shao Yunduan had the potential to achieve success, a development she could neither hinder nor control. However, she could engage in a conversation with Xiao Xian, hoping to earn her respect and garner her support instead. In the future, when an opportunity arose, she could eliminate her. Nevertheless, by earning Xiao Xian's respect, she might secure a stronger position within the Qiao family. There was nothing for her to lose. "I'll respectfully disagree with you. Why should the children bear the blame? None of us chose to be born into this situation. How can you justify that what one received from you is what I deserve?" Xiao Xian was unaware of the conflict between her mother and the concubines. She had not witnessed the events and therefore could not offer any insight. Xiao Xian had no recollection of her deceased mother and was at a loss for words regarding her. Moreover, the original host was not an enemy of Madame Qiao. If Madame Qiao disliked her, she could simply remove her from sight. There is no need for her to resort to more drastic measures, such as causing her harm or even death. Xiao Xian found herself compelled to defend her own innocence. "I am uncertain whether I can retain his affections. Equally unknown is whether your assistance would be of any use to me. Let us observe what unfolds." "You," Madame Qiao sneered. "You do have your own plans. Don't wager everything. I'll believe I want." Xiao Xian smiled. "If my husband's achievements do not surpass this level, you will naturally disregard me. However, if my husband attains significant success, you will undoubtedly seek me out, won't you?" Although she had no need for their involvement whatsoever, Madame Qiao was consumed with anger, nearly on the verge of fainting. She glared fiercely at Xiao Xian and nodded, her voice laden with resentment. I have underestimated you all these years. You have been deceiving me." Realizing that she had underestimated the daughter of this concubine, Madame Qiao felt a sense of being manipulated and toyed with. She found it difficult to catch her breath, her chest heaving. Qiao Xian, however, calmly responded, "On the contrary, you have overestimated me. After all, you orchestrated this situation, didn't you?" Bye. Chapter 741. Reminder: Elle would be truly intrigued to witness how far Shao Yunduan could progress without the support of the old master. Xiao Xian was taken aback. Why wouldn't my father support him? Aren't they engaged in a cheerful conversation at this very moment? Madame Qiao Xian realized that she had merely been provoking her. She had no intention of cooperating or showing respect. Do you truly believe that the old master would place his trust in him? Perhaps you should try changing your own allegiances and see if father will indeed bestow his trust upon you. Madame Qiao seethed with anger, feeling as though she was on the verge of exploding. She repeatedly reminded herself that she had grossly underestimated the girl standing before her. She had never anticipated that when Xiao Xian achieved even a minor accomplishment, she wouldn't share it with her. And at this point, Madame Qiao found herself without any means to counter her actions. While she held the title of Madame in the family, it was the old master who held the true authority. Madame Qiao couldn't go against his intentions. She could resort to lies and manipulation in their relationship, but her schemes would only succeed if Shao Yunduan failed in the spring examination. Yet, observing the old master's unwavering motivation, she dared not utter a word. What vexed Madame Qiao was the fact that Xiao Xian appeared harmless in the presence of others, making it unlikely for the old master to believe her if she were to reveal her true nature. Madame Qiao sneered in response. What use is there in being so joyful in this moment? Life is long. We shall see what unfolds in due time. Xiao Xian smiled and replied, "Then I kindly ask you to wait. That is precisely what I have been telling you all along." Madame Qiao shook angrily. In front of everyone else, Madame Qiao once again adorned the facade of a virtuous wife, wearing a pleasant and amiable smile. Xiao Xian appeared composed and offered a fleeting smile, refraining from uttering anything negative about Madame Qiao and instead feigning friendliness towards her. However, their true thoughts and intentions remained concealed within their hearts, unknown to those around them. Xiao Xian, in her heart, harbored complete sincerity. She owed no one and had no need to rely on anyone for assistance. Following the conclusion of the banquet, Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian bid their farewells, waving to them before departing. On their way home, Shao Yunduan revealed to Qiao Xian that County Magistrate Qiao had gathered substantial evidence of the Zhao family's misdeeds and had successfully linked the victims together. It wouldn't be long before they took action against the Zhao family. Their intention was to completely dismantle the Zhao family, leaving no trace behind. Given the Zhao family's extensive wealth and properties, Officer Qiao even instructed Shao Yunduan to acquire any necessary assets from them when the time came. Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian saw no cruelty in their plan to dismantle the Zhao family. They believed that the Zhao family deserved every consequence that awaited them. Due to their stroke of good fortune and the support of young Master Yue, as well as Shao Yunduan's title as provincial champion, the Zhao family had reluctantly let them go unscathed. A few days later, Yue Shao sent Chu Shan and others to their home to retrieve watermelons, lipsticks, mushrooms, and the limited edition lipsticks from the third season. Li Xia, who had been away, returned home as well. They had a limited quantity of snow fungus at the moment, but they anticipated a bountiful harvest in 2 months' time, so there was no need for immediate delivery. They had amassed an abundance of mushrooms, totaling more than 150 kilograms and 1,300 lipsticks. Following this delivery, Qiao Xian found herself with more than 186,000 liang in her possession, bringing her closer to the impressive milestone of reaching 200,000 liang. In Yue Shao's letter, it was mentioned that 2 out of the 7 dessert stores had been opened. The jelly desserts, featuring a delightful combination of fruits, nuts, crumbs, milk, or brown sugar water, were incredibly popular among customers. The refreshing texture of the jelly delighted everyone. In addition to the jelly, other desserts like mango paste, mung bean paste, red bean paste, almond walnut paste, and bean brain also experienced great success. They sold out daily, with a constant stream of guests visiting the stores. Chapter 742. Surprised and happy Qiao was overjoyed by the prospects. In just over a month, the cassavas would be ready, allowing them to expand the variety of balls and bubble teas in the dessert stores, effectively doubling their offerings once again. The creeping figs would also be ripe by then. They had a plentiful supply from the wild and an additional 200 mu at Zhang village. Thanks to her extraordinary abilities, the plants were thriving and spreading in all directions. After the harvest, they would have more than enough to sustain all 7 dessert stores for an entire year. However, Qiao acknowledged that the popularity of jelly would primarily be during the hot summer months. Qiao requested Yunduan to write a letter back to Shao, informing him about the success of the dessert stores. Additionally, she asked for Shao's assistance in obtaining seedlings for plants such as dragon fruit, papaya, banana, pineapple, sugarcane, and tangerine oranges. Her plan was to cultivate them on the outskirts of the province. Under their attentive care, the locally grown fruits flourished. Qiao was pleasantly surprised and elated by the progress. Upon their return from the province, Qiao and Shao Yunduan discovered that the dragon fruits, papayas, bananas, pineapples, sugarcanes, oranges, and tangerines were already bearing fruits. Their growth was impressive, and they appeared nearly perfect in size and appearance. Qiao used her superpower to enhance their growth, ensuring that the fruits maintained their size and ripened beautifully. These fruits would undoubtedly be utilized in the dessert stores, as both their juice and flesh would prove to be practical and delicious additions to the menu. Once the planting in the province was completed, Qiao made the decision to sell the fresh fruits beyond just the dessert stores. However, she opted not to seek a business partner for this venture. While she could have chosen to wholesale the fruits to the Zhang family, she felt the need to establish her own independent holdings and not rely solely on their connections. As autumn arrived, the fruits began to grow rapidly. With everything settled and having spent a considerable amount of time in the province, they decided to embark on a mountain visit. Qi and Taro were particularly excited about the prospect, and even Shao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni, who had longed for the taste of fresh wild animals, eagerly anticipated the trip. Early in the morning, Shao Yunduan, and many others embarked on their trip into the mountains. The refreshing sight of the flourishing plants after a long time brought them joy. Along the way, they spotted fresh and delectable mushrooms, picking the juiciest ones to take along. While some wild-growing grapes, dates, and pears were too ripe to harvest, other wild fruits had reached the perfect level of ripeness for consumption. Their main focus during the trip was hunting. Qi, as he continued to grow, benefited from the family's improved lifestyle and had a hearty appetite. He had become taller and stronger compared to the previous year, displaying the silhouette of an adult and demonstrating great strength in pulling the bowstring. 2 years later, Qi would have grown to the point where he could no longer be considered a young boy. The autumn days offered an abundance of succulent prey for hunting. Qi's interests had shifted, and he no longer found satisfaction in catching roosters and rabbits, despite Shao Sanlang's persistent requests. Understanding Qiao fondness for roosters and pigeons, Qi made sure to catch some for her as well, knowing it would bring her joy. Chapter 743. In the mountain, the majority of their time was spent hunting larger prey. Qi found them particularly intriguing and believed that large ones are interesting. Qiao couldn't help but be amused by Qi's growing appetite for a challenge. Curious about Qi's capabilities, Qiao utilized her superpower to survey the surroundings. To her delight, she spotted well-built wild goats traversing the mountains. These goats were accustomed to navigating through forests and woodlands, resulting in their flesh having a firm and resilient texture. If they managed to successfully hunt one of these wild goats, they could even enjoy a delicious grilled meal later in the evening. Following Qiao Xian's lead, the group ventured further into the depths of the mountains. Amidst the lush shrubs and towering grass, Qi's sharp eyesight caught sight of something before anyone else did. She whispered, urging everyone to remain quiet. There's a flock of wild goats on the south side of the valley. We need to be silent. They are incredibly cautious and will bolt at the slightest sign of danger. Aware of the agility and swiftness of wild goats, the group understood that if the goats were startled, they would swiftly flee, making it nearly impossible to catch up with them. So, we'll stay put and wait for Qi to make his move. Is that the plan? Well, I suppose we're all in favor of the wind blowing in our direction when it comes to securing some delicious meat. Quiet. It was evident that everyone's mouths were watering at the thought of the succulent meat, and they were all eager to work together to ensure a successful hunt. Wild goats posed a formidable challenge to catch, but Qi remained undeterred. With a mischievous grin and his white teeth on display, he declared, "Wait here, I'll go and check it out." "All right, well, eagerly await your good news," the others replied in unison, nodding in agreement. They concealed themselves, blending into the surroundings, while Qi displayed his agility, leaping alongside the rugged terrain and dense foliage. Observing Qi's movements, Qiao Xian whispered to Shao Yunduan, "It's been 2 months since we last saw him, and he has grown so much. He looks completely different now." Shao Yunduan agreed with a smile. Indeed, teenagers grow at an astonishing pace. Qi showcased his speed and agility as he closed in on the flock. With his bow drawn and a long arrow in place, he took aim. The flock, sensing an imminent threat, became alert. The leading goat raised its head and let out a shrill cry, causing the entire group to panic and scramble uphill. However, in that critical moment, Qi released the arrow. It soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance between itself and its target. Soon a wild goat fell to the ground, struck by Qi's arrow. The group erupted in cheers and applause. In swift succession, another arrow was released, bringing down yet another goat. Shao Sanlang and Tao Tao, filled with excitement, rushed forward to join in the celebration. Qi swiftly prepared more arrows, taking aim at the remaining goats. 2 more shots were fired, finding their mark and causing 2 additional goats to meet their end. "Brilliant shot, Qi. Your aim was impeccable. We got 2 goats. Well done, Qi, well done. Amazing. I couldn't even keep track of how many arrows you shot. Qi, your archery skills are truly remarkable." Shao Xiaoqi blushed slightly at the compliments, shifting the focus by asking Qiao Xian a question. "Fifth sister-in-law, what should we do with these 2 large goats?" This piqued everyone's interest. "Fifth sister-in-law, how about we have grilled mutton? I've been craving it for so long. Count me in, although one wouldn't mind having braised goat's feet too." With their mouths watering at the thought of the delicious meal, they began discussing different ways to prepare and enjoy the wild goats. Yuezhing Shao had previously gifted Shao Yunduan and Xiao Xian a generous supply of cumin powder brought from the northwest by Yuezhing Hong. This special spice would add a unique flavor to the grilled mutton, making it an instant family favorite. Chapter 744. No trouble. Qiao Xian nodded eagerly, fully in agreement. She too was salivating at the thought of the grilled mutton and had no objections to their plan. With their decision made, they wasted no time and quickly packed up the goats before heading back home. Despite the size of the wild goats, weighing approximately 75 kilograms, their team was strong and capable, making it easy for them to carry the animals. Qi confidently claimed that the larger wild goat weighed around 45 kilograms and proceeded to effortlessly carry it on his own. This left the others in awe and shock at his strength and ability. Shao Sanlang quickly interjected, "Put it down. You can't handle it alone. Let the 5th brother help you carry the weight." Qi swiftly took a step back, evading Shao Sanlang's attempt to assist him. He smiled confidently, showing no signs of embarrassment. "No need, 3rd brother. One can manage on my own." I'll ask for help if I need it, but for now, you don't have to worry. Xiao Yunduan chimed in, concerned for his younger brother's well-being. Don't push yourself too hard. You're still young, and you could risk injuring yourself. Qi maintained his smile, undeterred. Third brother, fifth brother, you underestimate me. Have your conversation, and I'll take care of this myself. Determined to prove himself, the young Qi walked away with the goats, not waiting for his brothers to catch up. Xiao Yunduan shook his head in a mixture of amusement and concern. Worried about any potential accidents, he didn't want to risk further delays and quickly joined in, shouldering the other goat. By the time they arrived home, it was just past lunchtime. Closing the door behind them, they wasted no time in processing the two goats. Qiao took special care to prepare a pot of fresh goat intestine soup. In addition, she rolled out noodles for dinner and added them to the soup to cook. Fresh mountain mushrooms were included, and a layer of chili oil, chopped green onions, and coriander adorned the dish. The result was a warm and flavorful soup that delighted the senses. As they busied themselves with preparations, the anticipation for the grilled meat at dinner began to grow. They carefully selected the most tender mutton and sliced it into pieces of medium thickness. These slices were then marinated with a variety of spices, while fish and shrimp were also prepared alongside of freshly killed chicken. A selection of vegetables was also gathered, ensuring a well-rounded meal. With everything else in order, Qiao pondered for a moment before heading to the garden. There, she plucked 2 large dragon fruits and 2 ripe watermelons. She instructed Taro to make some red bean paste, while young Xiaoni prepared a bowl of finely chopped nut crumbs. In addition, they boiled brown sugar water and set aside a large basin of jelly. To create a delectable dessert, they cut the fruit into bite-sized pieces and added a generous spoonful of soft, sweet red bean paste. Crispy chopped nuts were sprinkled over the top, and a drizzle of mint juice added a refreshing touch. To complete the dish, each person added jelly according to their own preferences. The result was a delightful combination of flavors and textures that perfectly complemented the grilled feast. Their only regret was the absence of ice cubes, which would have enhanced the overall taste and experience. They had heard that saltpeter could be used to make ice, but Qiao was unsure of the process and had no means of obtaining saltpeter. She decided to discuss this matter with Yunduan Shao, hoping to find a solution. Given the large number of people in the family, the remaining meat, after removing other side dishes, was not a substantial amount. It could only be stored for a few days. They distributed approximately 5 kilograms of meat to each of the second and third sections of the family. Despite receiving a relatively small portion, neither section complained and accepted the meat graciously. Ms. Fang observed this scene with great joy, appreciating the spirit of harmony and sharing within the family. As their lives continued to improve, Shao Yunduan's prospect for success grew brighter. Ms. Fang, being an open-minded person, didn't bother with petty disagreements as long as she remained content. However, this condition was contingent upon them not causing her any trouble. Qiao found a reason to invite Ms. Yin to her home, allowing her to join the first section of the family in enjoying the grilled food and jelly. With Ms.Zhang gone, Ms. Yin shouldered more responsibilities, but she felt a sense of comfort in her life. Therefore, she happily accepted Qiao's invitation. Chapter 745, Shao Liulang's Misery Translator. Henyi Translation's Qiao's decision to invite Ms. Yin was influenced by her desire to exclude Shao Miling from the gathering. She held unfavorable opinions about both Shao Xiaoji and Shao Miling, and she wanted to avoid any potential conflicts or discomfort among the family members. By extending the invitation to Ms. Yin, Qiao ensured that Shao Miling would not be inclined to join the gathering. If Shao Miling were present, it would likely lead to the inclusion of Shao Xiaoji as well. However, by having a specific matter to discuss with Ms. Yin, which conveniently required her to spend more time with the first section of the family, everything would appear natural and without any forced interactions. The presence of Ms. Yin as a daughter-in-law in the second section of the family was highly valued by the members of the first section. Her influence had a positive impact on Ms. Neo and second uncle, who were noticeably less rude in their behavior. This change in attitude was largely due to the success of the Yin family's tofu workshop, where both of Ms. Yan's sons were making money. This financial success improved the perception of Ms. Yin and her family, and as a result, second uncle and Ms. Neo were more inclined to treat them with respect. While the first section of the family could offer them employment opportunities as well, the impact of the offer coming directly from the Yin family was significantly different. If the Yin family offered job opportunities, the second section of the family would be filled with gratitude and would never dare to be critical or lazy. They understood the value of the Yin family support and recognized that it was a privilege to receive employment from them. On the other hand, if the job offer came from the first section of the family, the second section would be more inclined to complain about low pay and harbor jealousy, potentially causing significant trouble within the family dynamics. With her unwavering clarity and the backing of her powerful family, Ms. Yin commanded strong authority within the second section of the family. As a result, the members of the first section were more than willing to spend time and socialize with her. They would always make sure to include Ms. Yin in their own activities, valuing her presence and considering her an important member of their gatherings. During the gift-giving occasion, Ms. Fang even presented an additional pair of gold bracelets to Ms. Yin, highlighting her significance within the family. Meanwhile, Liulang had recently returned from his friend's house, still harboring resentment towards Yunduan and the first section of the family. However, the members of the first section showed little concern for him, except for eldest uncle. Third uncle accidentally informed eldest uncle about Liulang's return, knowing his genuine worry for his nephew. Eldest uncle, genuinely concerned for Liulang's well-being, wasted no time and promptly visited the third section of the family to check on him. Liulang's annoyance and misery intensified as he observed the behavior of the first section of the family. He believed that they were nothing more than bullies, and he had no intention of forgiving them easily for their actions. Eldest uncle's genuine concern and attempts to communicate with him only served to exacerbate Liulang's misery. He firmly held onto his belief that he had every reason to harbor hatred towards the first section of the family. Consequently, Liulang maintained a cold and unfriendly attitude towards eldest uncle, refusing to engage in a constructive conversation. Adding to his emotions, Ms. Ma and third uncle fueled the fire by supporting Liulang's perspective, further diminishing his anger towards the first section of the family. Pleased with the turn of events, eldest uncle expressed his satisfaction. "Liulang, your cousin is here at home, and you can spend time talking with him whenever you're free. We are family, and together we can overcome any challenges. Your future will be brighter as we support each other." Initially, eldest uncle intended to say, "You can learn a lot from your cousin since you're a smart individual. You have the potential to become a cultivated talent and a recommended individual too." However, he recalled how angry Liulang had become in the past when he mentioned this, so he decided to alter his words. The fact that Liulang had a provincial champion as his cousin made everyone from the college envious. They couldn't help but feel jealous, knowing that he had the privilege of seeking advice from such an accomplished individual whenever he pleased. However, Liulang remained unaffected by eldest uncle's words. He replied bitterly, Don't dare to disturb my cousin. He's different now. Unless he personally asks to meet me, I won't show up." Eldest uncle found Liulang's response somewhat reasonable and attempted to appease the situation with a smile. "Liulang, we're family. Yunduan is a provincial champion and your cousin. It's only natural for him to meet you. You don't need to set so many conditions." Liulang sneered in response. Not wanting to dwell on the matter with Liulang, eldest uncle genuinely cared about his nephew's feelings. He nodded and said, "All right then, I'll ask your cousin to invite you for tea." Chapter 746. Confidence in translations. Liulang's condition had finally improved. Upon the elder uncle's return, he shared the news with Yunduan, urging his son to pay a visit to the third branch of the family whenever he had the opportunity. The intention was to bring Liulang back home for a pleasant conversation. Liulang is feeling down, and as his cousin, it's important not to exacerbate the situation. Your role should be one of support and consolation. Yunduan, I'm delighted that you've achieved success, but it would bring immense honor to our family if both of you could pursue education and excel in the examinations. Shao Yunduan nonchalantly nodded, not even inclined to argue with his father. Why should he be the one to reach out and engage Shao Liulang in conversation? Being older and having achieved the title of provincial champion, there was a substantial disparity between them, both in terms of family hierarchy and official status. Shao Liulang had never bothered to offer his congratulations after Yunduan's triumph as provincial champion. Neither had he shown any warmth or kindness. And now, his father expected Yunduan to go out of his way to bring Shao Liulang for a discussion. Furthermore, his father expected him to provide consolation and encouragement to Shao Liulang. His father seemed remarkably assured of its effectiveness. But would mere words of comfort and encouragement truly make a difference? Shao Yunduan hadn't really contemplated this matter since then. After savoring roasted mutton and wild goat, and relishing the rare delicacy of dragon fruit from the south, they ventured into the mountains for several days. Rather than hunting animals, which would yield more food than they could consume, they focused on gathering an abundant harvest to take back home. With mushrooms, yams, and lilies carefully stored, the family became occupied with the task of sun-drying their precious findings. A wide variety of fresh mushrooms were utilized to create delectable dishes, such as stewed chicken with mountain mushrooms, fried meat, stir-fries, soups, and hot pots. Each preparation was bursting with flavor. They managed to gather the final batch of honey from the flower fields, which would last for 2 more months and serve as a key ingredient in making lip balm. While Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were engrossed in their harvesting tasks, County Magistrate Qiao meticulously arranged everything to initiate an attack against the Zhao family. County Magistrate Qiao had made thorough preparations, and when the victims filed their reports, the officers swiftly took control of the Zhao family members. Madame Zhao remained oblivious to the situation, but upon learning of it, she instructed Zhao Guangyin to offer County Magistrate Qiao a bribe in order to resolve the matter and suppress the reports. It was absurd that old cases were being dredged up and reported. It seemed like a joke. However, Zhao Guangyin found himself trapped within the confines of the Zhao family estate. Guards stationed outside the gate prevented anyone, including the mistresses, masters, and servants, from leaving unless they were purchasing food. They awaited Officer Qiao's summons. Zhao Guangjin's attempts to bribe the guards with 50 liang proved futile, leaving him bitter and frustrated. Madame Zhao grew furious and contemplated forcing her way out. Yet, the guards, aware of her social standing, responded by brandishing their blades. The sight of the gleaming blades shattered Madame Zhao's resolve, causing her to crumble in defeat. She no longer dared to make any further attempts. What on earth is happening? There must be someone orchestrating all of this. Madame Zhao exclaimed, consumed by anger. Zhao Guangyin wore a bitter smile and let out a sigh. Mom, don't you see? It's the Shao family behind all of this. Madame Zhao was taken aback. How could that be? The Shao family may have a provincial champion, but he shouldn't have the power to do this. But Officer Qiao happens to be the father-in-law of the provincial champion. Zhao Guangyin nearly shouted, shocking Madame Zhao. Zhao Guangyin let out a weary sneer. Now do you understand, Mom? The Shao family is far from ordinary. Visiting the Shao family was out of the question. They would likely respond with physical violence. Zhao Guangjin's presence would only exacerbate the situation further. It seemed that their only hope for survival lay with the women from their own family, who might have a chance at eliciting sympathy through desperate pleas. Chapter 747. At Dorheny translation, surely, as fellow human beings, the Shao family would spare their lives even if they did not offer forgiveness, right? It was unimaginable that they would resort to such extreme measures. County Magistrate Qiao's actions were pushing the Zhao family to the brink of destruction, akin to being backed against a precipice. Madame Zhao, overcome with panic, directed her curses at County Magistrate Qiao and the Shao family. Desperately, she pleaded, "Your father is not here. You must find a solution. Our family will become a laughingstock if we are surrounded by government officials." Zhao Guangyin cast a disappointed gaze upon his mother, shaking his head in resignation. He turned away and departed. His disappointment grew even deeper. His mother seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, fixated instead on the family's reputation. While Zhao Guangyin was still simmering with annoyance, the guards abruptly stormed in, attempting to apprehend Zhao Guanghua. Zhao Guanghua was the weakest link, prone to troublemaking and exhibiting careless behavior. His numerous flaws made him an easy target. In the past, the Zhao family's immense wealth and their association with County Magistrate Qiao shielded them from any consequences, preventing anyone from raising objections to Zhao Guanghua's misconduct. When Officer Qiao made the decision to have him arrested, there were numerous justifications at his disposal, and it was up to him to choose which one to employ against Zhao Guanghua. Madame Zhao cried out in desperation, attempting to intervene and halt the proceedings, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. The guards were under strict orders, and they paid no heed to Madame Zhao's words. Zhao Guanghua had been brazenly boasting and issuing threats, exclaiming, "Just wait and see. They'll have you all killed." However, these words only further incensed the guards, solidifying their determination to bring misery upon him. They swiftly bound his hands behind his back and escorted him away, showing no sympathy for his pleas. It was only then that fear engulfed Zhao Guanghua, and he cried out loudly, desperately calling for his mother and brother to come to his aid. Madame Zhao's cries were filled with anguish as tears streamed down her face. The mansion descended into chaos. "Guangyin, Guangyin, please save your brother. Hurry, save him." Madame Zhao pleaded, gasping for breath as she desperately clung to her son's sleeves. "He has been spoiled all his life and has never endured such suffering." Zhao Guangyin felt a profound weariness. He instructed his wife and maidservants to assist his mother back to her room, recognizing that she needed to regain her composure. He was determined to find a solution to save the Zhao family, as its fate seemed destined for ruin. Upon receiving the letter from home, the old master, Zhao, finally returned. Furious, old master Zhao hurriedly returned home, only to be intercepted and escorted away by the guard stationed at the door. Old master Zhao seethed with anger. Those very people who had once treated him with kindness, hoping to gain favors and tips from him, were now treating him with such disdain. Moreover, Officer Qiao had benefited greatly from his association with old Master Zhao, yet he was now intent on bringing him down. County Magistrate Qiao, driven by his desire for wealth and to do Shao Yunduan a favor, had made the decision to sever their ties completely, showing no mercy. Before long, old Master Zhao was forcibly taken away by the guards, finally reuniting with his younger son. Old Master Zhao had already been taken away, and by the time Zhao Guangyin reached the doorstep, it was too late. A deep sense of despair washed over Zhao Guangjin's heart, plunging it into the depths of despair. It appeared that Officer Qiao had no intention of forgiving or sparing the Zhao family. Despite Zhao Guangjin's innocence and lack of wrongdoing, it no longer mattered. His father and brother were now captured, and it was only a matter of time before he would be as well. Even though he had committed no wrongdoing, being the eldest son of the Zhao family meant he could never escape the consequences that befell them. Chapter 748. Begging for forgiveness in e-translations. The next day, the case was brought before the court, and he could no longer tolerate the situation. That very night, Zhao Guangyin disguised himself as a servant of the mansion, dressed in appropriate attire. He used a ladder to climb over the wall and embarked on a journey to Shouting Village. He was always certain about one thing. He knew the root cause of all these troubles. If only the Shao family, or specifically Shao Yunduan, could show some mercy, everything could be turned around. Late at night, Zhao Guangyin knocked on the door, causing a startle among the family members. Xiao Yunduan allowed him inside to have a conversation in the courtyard. With clenched teeth, Zhao Guangyin knelt down before Xiao Yunduan and pleaded, "Provincial champion Shao, I beg you, show us mercy." Unmoved by the plea, Xiao Yunduan spoke quietly. "Zhao Guanghua didn't spare us when he committed his actions against us." Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but imagine the devastating consequences if the same incident had befallen young Xiaoni. How would his third brother be affected? What about their parents? This once harmonious family would have been shattered into fragments. Even if he were to achieve a high-ranking position in the government, he would never be able to experience a harmonious family again. It would forever remain an insurmountable barrier in his heart. Filled with remorse, Zhao Guangyin uttered with guilt, "I'm sorry, I failed to teach him well." Xiao Yunduan remained silent. Zhao Guangjin's voice trembled as he said, "I'm willing to surrender half of the Zhao family's properties." Guangyin let out a bitter laugh, realizing the absurdity of his own words. What good would it do to share only half of the properties? The entire Zhao family's wealth would end up in the hands of County Magistrate Qiao and the Shao family. Half of it would be meaningless. He clenched his fists, determination in his eyes. "Provincial champion, I intend to leave this county with my family, far away from here. I swear that we will never set foot in this place again." Finally, Xiao Yunduan showed a hint of interest. "Where do you plan to go?" Zhao Guangyin felt a surge of motivation. He knew he had struck the right chord. Knowing that he had to leave his hometown and settle elsewhere, Zhao Guangyin didn't allow himself to dwell on the thought. He quickly replied, "We plan to go to Linjia County." Linjia County and Hashan County were located far apart, in opposite directions. Their paths would never cross again in their lives. Xiao Yunduan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Keep your family within your sight. If you make another move, one won't show any mercy." Zhao Guangyin had no choice but to agree. "I'll understand. Thank you for sparing me, Provincial Champion Shao." Zhao Guangyin expressed his gratitude, stood up, and returned to where he came from. Xiao Yunduan went back to his room and found Qiao Xian sitting against the headboard, yawning. As he returned, Qiao Xian was no longer drowsy and asked, "Heard elder young Master Zhao was here. Was he begging for mercy? What did he say? It's a pity that he's the only sensible person in the Zhao family." Xiao Yunduan sneered. If he truly were sensible, he wouldn't have allowed his brother to commit all these acts. A family should stand united and share both honor and misery. He doesn't even grasp this concept. Qiao Xian also smiled. "Yes, dear, you will have to take care of our family more from now on." "Yes, thankfully our mother has a clear mind." Qiao Xian agreed. It was true, but unfortunately, their father's mind was not as clear. Xiao Yunduan was becoming more determined in opposing his father, working hard to correct his impractical ideas and prevent him from making any further mistakes. Xiao Yunduan informed Qiao Xian about Zhao Guangjin's decision, and Qiao Xian couldn't help but admire his resoluteness. The Zhao family needed to stay as far away as possible in case they continued to cause trouble for their family. Chapter 749. Madame Zhao's bad idea. They no longer needed to worry about revenge, as they believed that old Master Zhao and Zhao Guanghua would eventually face the consequences when the opportunity arose. The next day, Xiao Yunduan made another visit to the county city, while Qiao Xian spent most of her time in the flower field. Though uncertain about the details of Shao Yunduan's conversation with County Magistrate Qiao, it wasn't long before the case involving the Zhao family was resolved. The victims who had filed complaints against the Zhao family were generously compensated and received a formal apology from them. They expressed their gratitude for the resolution. As a result, Officer Qiao gained a reputable status, and many of the victims referred to him as the wise magistrate. The Zhao family, having committed numerous crimes, had their properties confiscated. However, since they admitted their guilt, they were spared imprisonment or exile. Zhao Guanghua received 30 lashes, and the entire family was commanded to leave the county, never to return and trouble the civilians again. The decision was met with applause and cheers from the people. The Zhao family was infamous for their cruel behavior, particularly the younger young Master Zhao, who was known for bullying others. It was a relief for the community to see them depart. County Magistrate Qiao closely monitored their departure, ensuring they had no opportunity to gather their belongings. Since their properties had been seized, they were not permitted to take anything with them. In the early morning, only Madame Zhao, with a small package of ornaments, left on 2 wagons before dawn broke. However, a poignant incident occurred during this time. As the Zhao family faced the loss of their properties and the order to leave their homeland forever, the women of the family wept uncontrollably. None of them wanted to depart from their beloved hometown. The prospect of moving made them feel deeply uncomfortable. They cherished their hometown where they had grown up, believing that nowhere else could compare to it. Since they were not brought to the governmental office or confronted by County Magistrate Qiao, they were unaware of the severity of their situation. They desperately sought a way to reverse their circumstances. In their quest for a lifeline, Zhao Ming thought of Liulang. Madame Zhao, equally anxious and worried, clung to any glimmer of hope that could potentially turn the tide in their favor. Madame Zhao sent Zhao Ming to search for Liulang. However, Liulang was not at the college, prompting the anxious Zhao Ming to rush to Shouting Village instead. Feeling that he was being compared to Yunduan and mocked behind his back, Liulang made the decision to stop attending college. He believed he had acquired enough knowledge and could continue studying on his own at home. Perhaps, after the new year, he would enroll in another college in a neighboring country to pursue his studies. He had been eagerly anticipating Yunduan's visit, as promised by the elder uncle. He had practiced countless times how he would treat Yunduan, intending to make him speak kindly to him. However, Yunduan never showed up. Liulang was furious. Ms. Ma's heart was shattered. In defense of her son, she went to the first section of the family, seeking to accuse Yunduan. But Ms. Fang drove her away, further fueling her anger. Filled with anger and resentment, Liulang hurled curses at Yunduan, calling him evil and arrogant. He vowed to become a cultivated talent, a recommended man, and ultimately an advanced scholar, just so he could humiliate Yunduan and make him regret his action for the rest of his life. Regarding his eldest uncle, Liulang felt deceived and manipulated. Eldest uncle had lied to him. He no longer believed in his authority or respected him as a senior. He refused to trust his words any longer. Chapter 750. Liulang's dream filled with anger and resentment. Liulang heard that Zhao Ming, the elder miss from the Zhao family, was visiting. Surprisingly, his fury turned into excitement. He quickly put on a clean robe, tidied his hair, and confidently walked out to meet Zhao Ming, hoping to make a good impression. "Greetings, Elder Miss Zhao." He greeted her with feigned charm. Zhao Ming had been waiting in the hall of the second section of the Shao family, feeling irritated and resentful. She had been scrutinizing him and enduring his endless questions. She was growing increasingly annoyed. If it weren't for her family's troubles, she wouldn't have bothered to deal with Ms. Ma. She despised her from the bottom of her heart. Cursing silently, she started to question whether her decision to approach Liulang was a mistake. His pretentious behavior only intensified her disgust. "Young Master Shao, can we have a private conversation?" Zhao Ming asked, trying to suppress her disgust and maintain a soft demeanor. Of course, Liulang was taken aback by her request, but delighted at the same time. He nodded eagerly and smiled, saying, "Please tell me anything. Mom, please give us some privacy." Ms. Ma wasn't too pleased with the situation. She smiled and replied, "But we're a family, aren't we? Why can't I be part of the conversation?" Since they were the only ones present, Ms. Ma assumed that this girl must have developed feelings for her son. "Mom, please just give us some space. Elder Miss Zhao might feel uncomfortable with you here," Liulang pleaded, giving his mother a meaningful look. What is she doing here anyway? Acting as a third wheel? With her presence, Zhao Ming wouldn't be able to freely express her thoughts, and their conversation would be constrained. Ms. Ma finally grasped the situation and understood Liulang's intentions. "All right then," she said, getting up from her seat. "I guess I'm just out of touch. He'll leave you two to chat. Take your time." With a smile, Ms. Ma seemed to be aware of everything and left the room, giving her son a knowing look. Zhao Ming felt humiliated and furious. She blushed with anger at the thought of being mistaken for someone interested in a rural woman like Ms. Ma. She was the elder niece of the prestigious Zhao family, and being associated with the Shao family in this manner was deeply frustrating. She had to restrain herself from cursing Ms. Ma and Shao Liulang out of sheer anger. Unaware of Zhao Ming's true emotions, both Ms. Ma and Shao Liulang misinterpreted her blushing as shyness. They exchanged glances and smiled proudly. Indeed, Ms. Ma felt a sense of pride. Her son appeared to be so capable that a wealthy young lady had come to his door personally. Lady Zhao certainly had a knack for choosing the right man. Shao Liulang felt a surge of pride as he looked at Zhao Ming with affection. He was about to express his feelings with sweet and romantic words when Zhao Ming interrupted him abruptly. She urged Shao Liulang to help her talk to provincial champion Shao, requesting his assistance in granting them mercy and allowing them to be left alone. However, Shao Liulang was completely unaware of the situation. He hadn't been to the county city in a while and had secluded himself at home, oblivious to what was happening around him. He was clueless about the troubles the Zhao family was facing. Similarly, Ms. Ma was in the dark as well. She only knew that young Xiaoni had nearly fallen victim to a womanizer, but she had never connected this incident to Lady Zhao or her current plea. Chapter 751. Justice. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's request for him to seek mercy from Shao Yunduan, Shao Liulang was taken aback. He couldn't comprehend why he should approach Shao Yunduan and what exactly was going on. Zhao Ming found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't simply reveal her brother's actions, which had caused so much harm and humiliation to others, and had no direct connection to the Shao family's initial involvement. Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian had their reasons for handling the situation this way. If they personally confronted the Zhao family, it would only bring young Xiaoni's incident to the forefront again, which would be inappropriate and unjustifiable. Zhao Ming stammered, trying to explain, "It's just my father and my second brother. They unintentionally did something that offended provincial champion Shao." Shao Liulang, who had never been fond of Shao Yunduan and was looking for an excuse to confront him, saw this as an opportunity. Moreover, it was Zhao Ming who had asked for his help, and he felt compelled to uplift her spirits. Before Zhao Ming could finish her sentence, Shao Liulang became incensed and responded with righteous anger. "How dare they? Cousin is a respected man, but he shouldn't act so recklessly. Don't worry, Elder Miss Zhao. I will seek justice on your behalf. Wait, let me go and talk to the head of our family right away. Hold on." Without waiting for Zhao Ming to say anything further, Shao Liulang swiftly dashed off. At the main residence of the family, Shao Yunduan had resumed his studies after taking a few days' rest. Qiao Xian was playing with her newborn nephew alongside Shao Qing. It was during this moment that Shao Liulang burst in, surprising everyone in the room. They exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. "What's happening now?" inquired Ms. Fang. Shao Liulang sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Honestly, Elder Aunt, although our cousin is recommended for a position, he still has a long way to go before he reaches a high-ranking government office. What's the point of being so arrogant? I suggest you maintain a low profile and stay grounded." Everyone present. "Honestly, Liulang, what on earth are you talking about? Be clear and straightforward." Shao Liulang, convinced that they were pretending, began to disclose the involvement of the Zhao family. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed. Yang Xiaoni lowered her head, her expression filled with embarrassment. Qiao Xian quickly found an excuse to dismiss Yang Xiaoni from the scene, sensing the need to protect her from further discomfort. Shao Liulang remained oblivious to the situation, but observing the unusual behavior of the first section of the family, he became even more self-assured. He spoke with a self-righteous tone, imparting moral lessons and admonishing them for their alleged bullying. Simply because Shao Yunduan had achieved the recommended man, Shao Sanlang could no longer contain his anger. He impulsively lunged forward and delivered a forceful punch to Xiao Lulang's face, causing him to stumble backward and accuse him of being a traitor. Ms. Fang was taken aback by the sudden outburst. Concerned that Xiao Sanlang might inflict serious harm, she and others swiftly intervened to restrain him. Xiao Yunduan stepped in to assist, his expression grave. He firmly pulled Xiao Lulang away, demanding an explanation. What had driven him to defend the Zhao family? Even if he held disdain for the first section of the family, he should still possess a sense of integrity. Xiao Lulang's fury persisted as he continued to lecture Xiao Yunduan, expressing his discontent. Only then did Xiao Yunduan realize that perhaps Xiao Lulang had no knowledge of the actual situation. He probed further with additional questions, but the answers only deepened his confusion. Nothing seemed to align. Xiao Yunduan was rendered speechless. How could he, someone living in the village, be oblivious to the actions of the Zhao family? It was as if he were a recluse. For a brief moment, Xiao Yunduan was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. However, as he realized that Xiao Lulang was interrogating him without any knowledge of the situation, a sense of relief washed over him. Chapter 752. Nothing. Xiao Yunduan began recounting the entire incident, but before he could finish, Xiao Lulang interrupted him abruptly. That's impossible. If you want, you can go and inquire about it, Xiao Yunduan responded calmly. Xiao Lulang fell silent. Deep down, he didn't want to accept the truth. However, he knew Xiao Yunduan wasn't lying, and there was no reason for him to lie. Could it be a misunderstanding? Xiao Lulang questioned hesitantly. Xiao Yunduan sneered. Cousin, have you forgotten why Zhao Guanghua was transferred back here from the provincial college? Xiao Lulang struggled to find his words and finally burst out. He must have been framed. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but feel that Xiao Lulang was adept at convincing himself with fabricated stories. Then go ahead and ask the land officer and the elderly man at Yang Village if what happened is true. Do you think they all conspired to frame Zhao Guanghua? Xiao Yunduan challenged. Xiao Lulang was left speechless. It was evident that he had entertained this idea because he didn't fully trust his cousin. Xiao Yunduan had no intention of continuing the conversation. He firmly reiterated that his stance wouldn't change. He even warned Xiao Lulang to stay out of this matter, or else he would face the consequences of Xiao Sanlang's punches. The thought of Xiao Sanlang's punches sent a shiver down Xiao Lulang's spine, and he dared not argue further. However, he made one last attempt to persuade Xiao Yunduan to forgive the Zhao family for their actions, suggesting that they should reconcile with them as they were all part of the same family. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but find this excuse ridiculous and strange, and he stared at Xiao Lulang in disbelief. Finally, after all of this, Xiao Lulang revealed the truth to Xiao Yunduan. He confessed that he and Zhao Ming were in love and that she was going to be the daughter-in-law of the Shao family. So they were all family now. Xiao Yunduan was taken aback by the revelation. He realized that Zhao Ming was currently at the second section of the family. That was the reason Xiao Lulang had come to interrogate them. The audacity of the Zhao family was astonishing. The Zhao family has no intention of marrying their daughter to you. You should forget about this. If they truly wanted their daughter to marry you, they wouldn't have sent Lady Zhao alone to your doorstep. That's not how marriages are arranged. Marriages were traditionally arranged by parents and matchmakers. Yet here was the girl, without any parental presence or matchmakers. However, Xiao Lulang remained fixated on his own perspective, refusing to listen to anything else. In a fit of anger, Xiao Lulang erupted. He stomped his feet and sneered. No, you don't want me to live a happy life or have a good wife. I want compromise on this, and no one will ruin my marriage. Xiao Lulang stormed out in a fit of anger. Xiao Yunduan proceeded to explain everything to his mother and third brother, not wanting them to be distressed by the actions of their family. As expected, Ms. Fang, Xiao Sanlang, and Yang Xiaoni learned that Xiao Lulang had been influenced by Lady Zhao Ming's words and had come seeking justice among them. This provided some consolation, albeit the situation was still hurtful. What a foolish man. Don't let his words affect you, Ms. Fang remarked. Xiao Sanlang scoffed. He's completely unreliable. What has he learned all these years? Qiao Xin chimed in with a smile. You gave him a good punch, third brother. He deserved it. Laughter filled the room as everyone agreed. Meanwhile, as Xiao Liulang departed from the first section of the family, he suddenly came to a halt. How would he explain the situation to Zhao Ming after his impulsive actions? Chapter 753. Beautiful in heart, Xiao Liulang deeply regretted his impulsive behavior. He realized that trying to reason with Xiao Yunduan in a calm manner would be futile at this point. Thoughts of his eldest uncle resurfaced in his mind. Despite swearing never to trust his uncle again and cutting off communication with him, he couldn't help but see his eldest uncle as his last resort. Thus, he made the decision to humble himself and seek his assistance once more. However, when he arrived at his uncle's home, he learned that his uncle was out tending to the cows and donkeys. Ever since they acquired the cows and donkeys, his uncle took great joy in caring for them and overseeing their well-being. Xiao Liulang felt a sense of joy as he observed the cows and donkeys in the distance. His uncle would often take them to the mountains to graze on grass. Sometimes he would even ride the donkey and spend considerable time away from home. He rarely returned early. Since he couldn't locate his uncle, Xiao Liulang decided to compose himself and head back home. Confronted by Zhao Ming's affectionate gaze and overwhelmed by his own desires, Xiao Liulang couldn't bring himself to tell her about his failure in the task. Instead, he vaguely assured her that he would ensure everything went smoothly. Zhao Ming, being somewhat naive herself, either willingly ignored the gaps in his explanation or simply wanted to hear what she desired. She refrained from probing further, as delving deeper would only lead to more questions. Relieved by her acceptance, Zhao Ming expressed her gratitude with a smile. In that moment, Xiao Liulang found himself motivated and began to believe that his words held some truth. The girl thanked him, and the boy modestly expressed himself, as if their exchange represented a genuine occurrence. Xiao Liulang was convinced that Zhao Ming was falling in love with him. Filled with motivation, he mustered the courage to express his affection for her and proclaimed his desire to marry her. To his surprise, Zhao Ming was dumbfounded and flushed with embarrassment. She wished she could slap Xiao Liulang and make him disappear. If it weren't for the problem the Zhao family faced that day, she would never have sought his help. How dare someone like Xiao Liulang entertain the idea of marrying her? He had merely been a source of mockery in the past. Who did he think he was? He was never deserving of her. Furious and humiliated, Zhao Ming refrained from directly blaming Xiao Liulang. Instead, she hurriedly left without providing clear answers to his questions. Xiao Liulang, however, interpreted her hasty departure as a sign of her shyness, which only boosted his ego. Eager to flaunt his supposed victory, he shared the news with his mother, hoping she would arrange a matchmaker to propose to the Zhao family. Xiao Liulang couldn't possibly expect Zhao Ming to make the proposal herself. It would put too much pressure on her. He should be the one taking the initiative. Feeling proud, Ms. Ma showered her son with praise. My son is so capable. Lady Zhao is beautiful, and she must come from a wealthy family. Only a girl like her is worthy of being my son's wife. Xiao Liulang beamed with joy, but his expression turned serious as he heard about the trouble the Zhao family was facing. Mom and Dad, come with me to the first section of the family. We need to talk to our eldest uncle and ask him not to treat the Zhao family so harshly. He realized that unless he could resolve the Zhao family's problem, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the proposal. After all, Zhao Ming had mentioned that her father and brother were in prison. Ms. Ma was taken aback. What? Xiao Liulang proceeded to explain the entire situation to his mother. Ms. Ma's face changed dramatically. What? Lady Zhao is from the Zhao family. That family? Xiao Liulang furrowed his brow. Yes, is something wrong? What? Chapter 754. Disappointment and a broken heart. Even Ms. Ma couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. But Xiao Liulang presented his argument in a seemingly reasonable manner. He believed that the first section of the family was being excessively harsh and that their actions were unwarranted. Ms. Ma, swayed by her son's words, began to see his point of view as well. Thus, the three of them paid a visit to elder uncle in the evening, seeking his support. However, to their surprise, elder uncle was not supportive at all. On the contrary, he advised them against getting involved with the Zhao family and Lady Zhao. Why should you marry someone from that family when you already know that something is wrong? Elder uncle questioned. He expressed his disappointment and reminded them of how Zhao Guanghua had nearly destroyed their family. Out of mercy, the family had spared them, allowing them to leave the county. His words hit Liulang and Ms. Ma like a cold gust of wind, causing them to hesitate and reconsider their plans. They are rich, so they have the option to relocate and live their lives away from the troubles caused by the Zhao family. The Shao family has already shown great tolerance in this matter. But now, the third section of the family is considering marrying someone from the Zhao family and pressuring us to forgive them. Elder uncle simply cannot comprehend how we would be expected to interact with the Zhao family if Shao Liulang were to marry elder Ms. Zhao. What would his own daughter-in-law think of elder Ms. Zhao and her brother's visits to our home in the future? And what would his own son think of this situation? For the first time, elder uncle feels deeply disappointed and heartbroken. He wonders why Shao Liulang must marry elder Ms. Zhao, especially considering the current circumstances. The third section of the family did not anticipate that elder uncle would not support their decision, and they are all taken aback by his response. And they became very angry. Elder uncle, please consider forgiveness. You seem to be losing sight of the bigger picture. Elder brother, it wasn't easy for Liulang to find a potential partner. Why do you insist on ruining it? Can't we just see it as a misunderstanding? Why must we make it appear so terrible? People might start calling you narrow-minded, and that certainly doesn't reflect well on our family, does it? Eldest uncle felt his anger rise, but he remained silent, as he had never been one to confront his brother and sister-in-law. Ms. Fang, on the other hand, was more direct. She simply drove them all away, unable to tolerate their stubbornness any longer. The members of the third section of the family were seething with anger. They're just jealous. They can't stand the thought of us having a wealthy daughter-in-law. We will find a matchmaker and go to the Zhao family for the proposal regardless. Let the first section of the family do whatever they want. Shao Liulang worriedly expressed, but old Master Zhao and brother Shao are still in prison. Is it the right time for the proposal? Ms. Ma was taken aback. What? No, the first section of the family must do us this favor. We can ask Ms. Qiao to speak to her father about it. Shao Liulang sneered, casting a cold glare at Ms. Ma. He was well aware of that. But if Shao Yunduan didn't want the proposal to go forward, would his wife dare to defy him? Third uncle chimed in. The Zhao family has already come and apologized. What more does the first section of the family want? It was just a misunderstanding, and nothing happened to Ms.Zhang. Shao Liulang nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's all a misunderstanding. Lady Zhao claims it was the fault of the servants. I never imagined Brother Shao would be involved in such things. Absolutely. Third uncle exclaimed with a smile. Let's discuss this with eldest uncle. They're too hot-headed right now to listen to reason. We'll come back tomorrow. Ms. Ma pursed her lips and grumbled. Why not now? Ever since Yunduan became a recommended man, the first section of the family has become so arrogant. Yes, that's true. Third uncle's tone turned sour. Secretly, he admitted that he would probably become arrogant too if his own son achieved the recommended status. Little did they know that after Zhao Ming left Shouting Village, Shao Yunwan had already set off for the county city. Chapter 755. Departure. Shao Yunduan recounted Zhao Ming's visit, urging Zhao Guangyin to reconsider his plans and discard the absurd idea. He emphasized the dire conditions of the prison, highlighting the risk to his father and brother's lives, given their age and accustomed luxurious lifestyle. Zhao Guangyin was shocked and scared, expressing his ignorance of the situation. He sought Madame Zhao's explanation, and upon hearing it, he was overwhelmed with anger. After the Zhao family decided to repay their debt using their own assets, and leave the county, County Magistrate Qiao showed leniency. He made it clear that on the day of their departure, old Master Zhao and his son would be released from prison. Amidst his preparations to transfer their properties and depart in 2 days, his mother proposed such a foolish idea. Couldn't she have inquired about the relationship between the third and first section of the family to determine if sacrificing their own son and daughter-in-law was necessary for the sake of the third branch? Madame Zhao remained unconvinced. She clarified that she was seeking her daughter's assistance, not making a marital proposal. She insisted that her daughter must marry into a prestigious family of equal wealth and influence, not a rustic man who hadn't even achieved the status of cultivated talent. However, Zhao Guangyin had no faith in her words. He had no reason to doubt Shao Yunduan's honesty. There was no motive for Shao Yunduan to deceive him. On the other hand, his mother was never dependable and could act impulsively. A heated argument ensued between mother and son, leading them to part ways. Determined to complete the tasks at hand, Zhao Guangyin worked through the night, planning to depart the next morning. He couldn't leave his mother and sister unattended. What if they made another mistake? The Zhao family left discreetly the following day. To Zhao Guangjin's astonishment, as they left the city, County Magistrate Qiao's men seized the money and 2 boxes of treasure that he had instructed his wife to hide. In an instant, those possessions, along with the money valued between 60,000 to 70,000 liang, vanished. What remained were a few jewelry pieces belonging to the daughter-in-law and mother, the least valuable among their collection. The most precious pieces were not seized by the authorities, but their worth was only a few hundred liang. Madame Zhao and her daughter-in-law wept inconsolably. Zhao Guangjin's heart sank. If they had over 10,000 liang, he would have been confident in starting a new venture, not a grand fortune, but a stable and comfortable life. However, a few hundred liang couldn't provide much assistance. With their settlement, the remaining money was only sufficient for a small-scale business to sustain their livelihood. Zhao Guangyin had never expected that everything unfolded due to his mother and sister's actions. If it weren't for Zhao Ming's visit to Liulang, Shao Yunduan wouldn't have alerted County Magistrate Qiao about the possibility of Zhao Guangyin hiding his properties. As a result, County Magistrate Qiao wouldn't have entertained the idea or stationed guards at the city gate for inspection. Shao Yunduan didn't intend for this chain of events to unfold, and he was willing to let Zhao Guangyin keep some of his properties hidden. County Magistrate Qiao, consumed by his desire for the confiscated properties from the Zhao family, wouldn't have ordered a search of their wagon. However, the Zhao family's behavior had been repugnant, and it was time for them to face the consequences. After leaving the county, the Zhao family lived a bitter life. Old Master Zhao and Madame Zhao struggled with the unfamiliar food, clothing, accommodations, and travel, which quickly took a toll on their health and accelerated their aging. Chapter 756. Zhao Guanghua was feeling even worse. When he left the county, he was still suffering from the punishment. The wound had not healed, leaving a horrifying appearance on his back. Whenever it rained, he would experience a faint pain in his legs. Despite becoming a member of an ordinary family, Zhao Guanghua had not managed to change his bad temper. He engaged in a street fight, resulting in a broken leg. Irritated by the incident, old Master Zhao and Madame Zhao confronted the person responsible for breaking Zhao Guanghua's leg. However, their efforts only resulted in humiliation and curses, leaving Madame Zhao infuriated. Her anger led to an illness that persisted for nearly 3 months. In the first half-year, Zhao Guanghua's temper remained unchanged. He caused numerous troubles, resulting in the loss of their remaining money. They even had to use their small yard and house as collateral. Zhao Guangyin felt a deep sense of despair. His father became an alcoholic, and his mother continuously defended his worthless brother. He couldn't bear to continue supporting this family any longer. Feeling utterly helpless, Zhao Guangyin secretly gave them 30 liang and left with only 10 liang in hand, along with his wife and son. They disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Zhao Guanghua unintentionally killed someone during one of his fights. Fearing the consequences, he fled and vanished as well. However, the man he had fought was not dead. He had merely lost consciousness. The victim approached Zhao Guanghua's parents, demanding compensation. Old Master Zhao and his wife were forced to exhaust their remaining money to repay him. To make matters worse, they had to sell their daughter as a concubine to someone. With the meager funds received from their daughter, they spent the rest of their lives in bitterness. Back in Shouting Village, the next morning after Zhao Ming's visit, the third section of the family urgently rushed to the first section, imploring them to employ any means necessary to reach a compromise with the Zhao family. That was absolutely out of the question. Ms. Ma and third uncle disregarded the nature of the Zhao family and their past conflicts with the first section. Particularly, Ms. Ma had always dreamt of Shao Liulang marrying into a wealthy family. Her eyes lit up with excitement when she laid eyes on Elder Miss the previous day. She was the ideal match Ms. Ma had envisioned for her family. She was even superior to the Yin family. Ms. Ma would not tolerate Ms. Niu showing off in front of her once her son married a rich bride. However, as soon as they arrived at the first section of the family, Shao Yunduan preempted any discussion they had in mind. The first section of the family would never forgive the Zhao family, and there was no room for negotiation. If the third section of the family insisted on marrying a lady from the Zhao family, the first section of the family would not intervene, but they would make it clear to the clan that the first section and the third section were completely unrelated from that moment onward. The Zhao family had engaged in bullying and committed numerous unethical acts, resulting in lawsuits filed against them by their victims. Officer Qiao, in accordance with the laws and regulations, was assisting the people and seeking justice for their grievances. The Zhao family deserved to be sentenced based on their actions. No one should interfere, as it would only create trouble for everyone involved. It was a burden that nobody could bear. If the third section of the family believed they could bear that burden, they could approach Officer Qiao, begging for mercy on behalf of the Zhao family. Absolutely not. Ms. Ma and third uncle were clueless about the situation. They couldn't utter a word upon hearing Shao Yunduan's account. They knew they were powerless when it came to dealing with governmental offices. Shao Liulang was not convinced. He blurted out, "You're Officer Qiao's son-in-law. If we seek his help, Officer Qiao will surely assist us." Chapter 757. Ding Qiu's trip home. Shao Yunduan sneered back. "That family is despicable, and I'm not defending them. They deserve the consequences. Cousin, watch your words. What have you learned from those books? Becoming an officer doesn't mean breaking the law. Are you trying to turn Officer Qiao into one?" Shao Liulang erupted in anger. "Don't act so righteous. Governmental offices are always like this. Even you might not behave well if you become an officer in the future. Don't worry about that. I won't engage in anything against the law." Shao Liulang sneered in frustration and stormed off. Ms. Ma hurriedly followed. "Liulang, why are you leaving?" Shao Liulang gritted his teeth. "Shao Yunduan is heartless. No matter what we say, he won't help us. He's a hypocrite. I doubt hell remains so innocent and fair when he becomes an officer in the future. He's just looking for an excuse to push us away." Ms. Ma suggested, "Then what should we do? What if we propose the marriage ourselves? Once it's settled, we'll be considered family, and County Magistrate Qiao will have to assist us." Ms. Ma's suggestion sparked an idea in Shao Liulang's mind. He exclaimed, "Since the first section of the family won't help us, we can go and find County Magistrate Qiao ourselves." He could simply claim that Shao Yunduan had sent him, and the problem would be resolved. Shao Liulang felt a rush of happiness. "I have a plan. Let's go home first." They decided to have breakfast and contemplate their approach before heading to the county city. However, before they could even leave their house, Ding Qiuyue rushed in, looking disheveled. Concubine Ding appeared to be in a different state this time. She had no carriage, nor did she have any maids attending to her. Her clothes appeared worn out as well. Arriving home during breakfast time, Concubine Ding caught the attention of many onlookers. "Isn't that Qiuyue?" "Which Qiuyue?" "The concubine from the Ding family." Oh yeah, what is she doing here so early in the morning? But haven't you noticed that? She is not wearing what she was wearing last time. No wonder people say that the Zhao family is falling. The story is true. So what is she doing here this time? The Zhao family sent her? Ding Qiuyue sensed eyes scrutinizing her, filled with judgment and hostility, which made her feel deeply embarrassed. She hurriedly made her way home, avoiding any interaction or response to those around her. The Zhao family members were all filled with anxiety. What would become of them once the Zhao family collapsed? Qiuyue was terrified as well. Being a concubine put her in a position similar to that of servant. But then, the young master presented her with a release letter, allowing her to leave the Zhao family. Many other servants received the same directive. She was taken aback. She hadn't expected to receive such a letter. Despite her initial reluctance, she had grown accustomed to her role as a concubine. She was at a loss as to how she should carry on with her life after leaving the Zhao family. She knew she wasn't cherished in her own household, and returning home in such a hurried manner would not be well received by her parents, brother, and sister-in-law. They would likely expect her to contribute to the household chores and earn her own keep. But would they be willing to accept her back? Moreover, she had grown accustomed to a life without having to work. The idea of engaging in manual labor seemed daunting to her. Would she even be capable of doing any physical work at all? Chapter 758. Gone with no other options available, Ding Qiuyue had to make her way back home first. News of Ding Qiuyue's return quickly spread throughout the community, becoming a subject of gossip among the majority of people who treated it as a mere joke. Ms.Ma overheard some of the gossip and shared it with the family. Curious, Liulang asked, "Mom, find out everything you can about the current situation of the Zhao family. Gather as many details as possible." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ms.Ma hurriedly left to gather information. Ding Qiuyue's family was in a state of chaos. Her parents, Ding Zhaohui and Ms. Guan, bombarded her with questions about why she had returned and what had happened to the Zhao family, growing increasingly anxious. In her distressed state, Ding Qiuyue mumbled incoherently, further frustrating her mother, who snapped at her impatiently. Ding Qiuyue noticed a strong sense of annoyance on her brothers and sister-in-law's faces. Her heart shattered as she realized that her family was showing no sympathy towards her. They seemed to blame her for the trouble she faced, despite all she had done for them. Normally, this time of day was not suitable for visitors, and curious individuals wouldn't usually drop by either. However, Ms. Ma was filled with anxiety. Her focus was solely on her future daughter-in-law, and she disregarded everything else. Ms. Ma's arrival abruptly halted the commotion within the Ding family. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Ms. Ma anxiously inquired, "Qiuyue, how is the Zhao family? Have old Master Zhao and young Master Zhao returned home? Please tell me." Ding Qiuyue was perplexed by Ms. Ma's sudden interest. She sneered in response. "Yes, they did return. But they left the county early in the morning together. They won't be coming back." "What? How can this happen?" Ms. Ma exclaimed in shock. Ding Qiuyue sneered, sharing the same sentiment. She couldn't fathom what led to this outcome. Ms. Guan glanced at Ms. Ma curiously. "Why are you so concerned about the Zhao family?" "Of course I am." Ms. Ma's heart felt heavy. "They are my future in-laws." The Ding family stared at Ms. Ma, their eyes widening in confusion. "What did you just say? Future in-laws? Are they really your future in-laws?" they asked, trying to make sense of the situation. Unable to keep it a secret any longer, Ms. Ma admitted, "Yes, Lady Zhao and my son are in love, and they are planning to get married soon. How can the Zhao family be in such a state? I need to inform Liulang about this immediately." Without wasting any more time, Ms. Ma hurriedly left the house. The Ding family remained puzzled, their earlier argument completely forgotten. As Ms. Ma returned home, she immediately relayed the news to Liulang, who was equally shocked. His heart sank as he realized that Lady Zhao, his beloved, had left and the Zhao family was no longer in the county. "What do we do now? What do we do?" Liulang's distress matched that of his mother. All his hopes and dreams seemed to crumble in an instant. Ms.Ma felt even more devastated than Xiao Liulang. She had lost the chance to flaunt her status with a wealthy daughter-in-law, the opportunity to wear luxurious gold and silver ornaments slipping away. It's all the fault of the first section of the family. Ms.Ma snapped angrily. If it weren't for their coldness, the Zhao family wouldn't have been driven away, and I wouldn't have lost such a good daughter-in-law. I won't let them off easily. Ill reason with them. Xiao Liulang, however, intervened, stopping Ms. Ma from causing trouble at the first section of the family. His tone turned cold as he said, "Leave it. There's no need to go to them anymore. They're hypocritical, and if you confront them, they'll only counter you. You won't be able to win against them." Chapter 759. Xiao Liulang's Grudge Mess. Ma, she wouldn't be able to defeat them in any way. "I'll do my best," Xiao Liulang declared, clenching his fist. "He'll study hard and surpass Xiao Yunduan. He'll make it, I'm determined." Yes, Ms. Ma's spirit was reignited. "My son has always been clever, better than Xiao Yunduan. I'm confident you'll succeed, and when that time comes, you can marry any girl you want." Bah! Xiao Liulang's expression darkened, and he fell into silence. Any girl? He wasn't so sure about that. But he knew one thing for certain. He genuinely liked Lady Zhao. She was the only one who treated him with respect and trust, the only one who would smile at him and ask him to spend time together, relying on him whenever she faced difficulties. But he had failed to help her, and now he had lost her too. Xiao Yunduan had shattered his happiness, and he wasn't going to give up easily. While Ms. Ma continued to nag and defend her son, Xiao Liulang tuned out, lost in his own thoughts. The Zhao family faded away from the county, soon becoming a forgotten memory. As for Ding Qiuyue, her life as a concubine was filled with bitterness. Her hostile sister-in-law constantly gave her trouble at work, sneering at her and hurling insults. Qiuyue understood the need to be tolerant while living under someone else's roof, but there were moments when she reached her breaking point. Unable to bear it any longer, she found herself engaged in arguments with her sister-in-law, leading to heated exchanges. Even her own mother blamed her, and chaos reigned within the family. Driven to annoyance and fury, Ding Qiuyue decided she had to escape. She fled her home, and, before leaving the village, she made a visit to the first section of the Shao family once more. However, Ms. Fang refused to allow her into the yard. Unperturbed, Ding Qiuyue apologized to Ms. Fang, explaining that she had come before because old Master Zhao had instructed her to set up Xiao Yunduan. After leaving the village, Ding Qiuyue lived as a wanderer for a while until she eventually married a widower in his 40s. They had a son together, and their life gradually improved. From that moment onward, she never returned to her mother's home. Ms. Guan made an attempt to visit her once, hoping to gain some benefits from a new situation. However, Ding Qiuyue promptly chased them away with broomsticks, and they never dared to approach her again. The entire village found amusement in the misfortune of Ms. Guan and her family, drawing comparisons to the troublesome Zhang family from Zhang village. Ms. Fang was deeply disturbed by Ding Qiuyue's revelations. She immediately confronted Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan about the matter. The three of them exchanged worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qiao Xian spoke up. "Mother, this serves as a reminder for us. As the husband is the provincial champion and soon to become an advanced scholar, he will likely pursue a career as an officer in the future. There will be many attempts to undermine us. It's not just him. Elder brother and third brother should also be cautious. Qi and Taro should choose their martial partners wisely too. We can't allow random choices." Ms. Fang nodded in agreement. "You're right. We must keep this in mind." Ms. Su and Yang Xiaoni shared the same sentiment, expressing even greater concern. They were determined to ensure that their husbands remained loyal and committed, without any other women entering the picture. Chapter 760. What if also, as they had overcome difficult times together and now enjoyed a comfortable life in a spacious and well-furnished home, with abundant food and clothing, as well as substantial savings, they couldn't help but worry about the potential risks of someone trying to take advantage of their newfound prosperity. They were aware that there would be many women who might be enticed by the prospect of becoming concubines to the boys, considering their economic independence and social standing. They understood that such temptations could arise, and they needed to be prepared. Moved by the concerns and emotions in the air, Xiao Sanlang turned to young Xiaoni with earnestness in his eyes, saying, "My love, I will never betray you. I want no one but you." Young Xiaoni blushed, her eyes filled with affection as she responded, "I know you treat me the best." Brother Sanlang, interrupting their moment, Xiao Xian cleared her throat and spoke up, "Third brother, I have to provide you with a little reminder here. What if someone deliberately gets you drunk at a banquet and places a woman in your arms? What if you encounter a seemingly helpless young girl who faints on the street just as you pass by? What if a girl pursued by hooligans seeks refuge and throws herself into your arms, begging for protection? What if you are framed and unknowingly find yourself in a compromising situation? Please, fifth sister-in-law, no more what-ifs. My head is already pounding," Xiao Sanlang exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the possibilities being discussed. Xiao Xian couldn't help but smile at his reaction. "I'm just presenting potential scenarios, my dear brother. As we become wealthier and if my husband attains a position in the government, our influence and interactions with prominent households and affluent individuals will increase. These situations are not uncommon in such circles, and some tricks can be even more absurd than what I've mentioned." Xiao Xian turned to Xiao Sanlang and asked, "Third brother, how would you handle such challenges if you were to encounter them?" Xiao Sanlang was taken aback, his mind racing to find a suitable response. "Well, I would try my best to avoid such situations in the first place. I would be cautious and maintain a respectful distance from unfamiliar women. And if, by any unfortunate circumstance, I found myself in a compromising position, I would immediately remove myself from it and seek guidance from you, my brothers and sisters-in-law, on how to handle it appropriately." Ms. Fang, Ms. Su, and Yang Xiaoni were all taken aback by the depth and complexity of the world being revealed to them. They had never imagined that life could be so intricate and filled with unexpected challenges. They began to understand that as they ventured further into this new world, they would need to navigate its complexities with caution and wisdom. It was a new chapter in their lives, one they had not anticipated but would now have to face head-on. Ms. Su and Yang Xiaoni exchanged a glance, seeing worries, distress, and anger arising in each other's eyes. "Fifth sister-in-law, you are the clever one. Tell us what we should do if we run into these problems." Ms. Su asked for help. Yang Xiaoni also nodded when she realized what was going on. "Yeah, fifth sister-in-law, teach us." Xiao Xian smiled. "It is not very difficult. You should be cautious and hard-hardened. You should exercise caution when it comes to food and drinks during banquets, particularly if you're offered a toast by a woman. It is crucial to respectfully decline such invitations and refrain from taking advantage of anyone. Stay vigilant and keep a clear mind, ensuring you remain sober and in control of your actions. Additionally, it is advisable to avoid venturing alone in unfamiliar environments, especially when visiting someone else's home. By doing so, you can prevent being lured into situations that may compromise your integrity or lead you astray. You should remain firm and resolute when encountering women who try to seduce you, as their intentions are often malicious. Do not show kindness or entertain their ill-intended advances, as some of them are skilled professionals capable of deceiving even the most discerning individuals. In such situations, it is crucial to be unyielding and disregard whatever they may say to manipulate you. Their well-being should not concern you. I understand that implementing these precautions may not be an effortless task. Perhaps it would be beneficial for me to have a thorough discussion with our elder brother, elder sister-in-law, third brother, third sister-in-law, as well as Tao Tao and Qi. Ms. Su and Yang Xiaoni agreed. Chapter 761, Preparation Mess. Fang agreed and added, "Me and your father should listen to that as well. We have to be cautious and protect ourselves in case they ruin our family Anduan's future." Ms. Su and young Xiaoni felt slightly better and smiled, nodding. Xiao Xian added, "One more thing. If someone sets up our husbands and claims that she is pregnant—" Ms. Su and young Xiaoni's smile stiffened. Ms. Fang was startled as well. Xiao Xian did not mention this on purpose, but that is something that could not be ignored. She needed to mention this, after all. That was a way for women in ancient times to cause trouble. Even in the modern time, there were many parents who cared about children. What if someone made it with a man in the Shao family and came to the door with tears in their eyes? What should they do about it? Who would be so hard-hearted as to drive her away? Even though men might turn her down, yet women of the family might not be able to do so. Otherwise, the women would be considered vicious, jealous, and not at all understanding, so that their children would not be able to find any marital suitors. Also, in-laws would not tolerate grandchildren to be out on the street like orphans. Shao Sanlang turned to young Xiaoni with sincerity in his eyes. "Darling, I assure you that I will be extremely cautious and vigilant. I will do everything in my power to ensure that I am not set up. You have to trust me." Yang Xiaoni said, "Of course, I trust you. But what if you find yourself in a situation where someone tries to manipulate or deceive you?" I definitely won't. What if Xiao Xian found the dynamic between her family members interesting yet slightly irritating? She couldn't help but cast a glance at Shao Yunduan, who had been quietly listening to their discussion without feeling the need to be warned. Shao Yunduan confidently interjected, "I won't be set up." He exuded a strong sense of self-assurance in this regard. As Yang Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang continued their argument, the atmosphere grew tense, leaving Ms. Su feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what to say. Ms. Fang, growing frustrated with the ongoing dispute, firmly interjected, "Enough, both of you, to stop arguing. If such a situation were to occur, we will ensure the safety and well-being of our children while providing the woman with a suitable settlement. Regardless, we must never allow individuals with ill intentions and a tarnished reputation to enter our home." Ms. Su and Yang Xiaoni felt slightly relieved. "You are right, Mom. We do as you say." "Yeah, Mom is right." Xiao Xian smiled and agreed with her mother. "Mom, you have come up with a good solution. That indeed is the best way to handle such a situation. If it were to occur, the woman should not even be allowed to stay pregnant within our home. We will arrange for a separate small house and have guards to monitor her. Once the child is born, we will take custody of the child, while providing the woman with the agreed-upon financial support. By making it clear to others that we refuse to fall for such tricks, people will think twice before attempting to scheme against us again." "Yeah, that is totally right." Ms. Su and Yang Xiaoni were even more delighted hearing that. "NIS. Fang nodded too." Xiao Xian continued, "In reality, we are discussing these matters as a precautionary measure. If we are vigilant and cautious enough, it is unlikely that such situations will arise. So, elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law, there is no need to be overly anxious." Ms. Su and Yang Xiaoni felt relieved by Xiao Xian's reassurance. They expressed their gratitude to her with appreciative smiles and nods. Being proactive and discussing these potential scenarios before they actually occurred was crucial. They were thankful that their fifth sister-in-law had brought up these concerns and shared her insights. County Magistrate Qiao had gained substantial benefits after the downfall of the Zhao family. Although most of the Zhao family's assets were deposited into the shared savings and the county's bank. Chapter 762. Stingy Officer Qiao held significant influence in the county, and if he conducted some discreet arrangements and distributed benefits to the strategists, administrators, guards, as well as lower-ranking government officials, nobody would dare oppose him. The officer had amassed a substantial fortune, and he couldn't help but feel delighted about it. He owed this success in large part to Shao Yunduan's suggestion to eliminate the Zhao family, a decision he wouldn't have made without his input. As a gesture of gratitude, Officer Qiao instructed Madame Qiao to select fine jade, porcelain vases, exquisite jewelry, and 300 liang of silver to present to Shao Yunduan. This was intended to foster a closer relationship between them. Madame Qiao, however, wasn't particularly pleased about it. She believed that they had acquired their fortune through their own abilities, so why should they share it with the two bastards? Yunduan and Quan are already quite well off. They have established a close relationship with the Yuezhing family and lack nothing. Xian's jade bracelets alone are worth more than 10,000 liang. Officer Qiao's expression turned sour. He had been coveting Qiao Xian's bracelets for a while. He had even made up his mind to claim them for himself once he returned to the capital, making them his own prized possession. However, after successfully toppling the Zhao family, he had secretly acquired more than 10,000 liang in addition to the confiscated properties, and he had completely forgotten about Qiao Xian's bracelets. He didn't want to provoke any animosity with Shao Yunduan or give Qiao Xian a reason to despise him. Officer Qiao had never been particularly kind to Qiao Xian, and he knew that if they continued to shower her with favors, she would suspect ulterior motives or even suspect a setup. Women were often suspicious and had a tendency to harbor grudges. What if she whispered something to Shao Yunduan? That would certainly complicate matters. Officer Qiao continued, unfazed by Madame Qiao's discomfort. She can indeed have her own properties, but it's important to show our generosity. We are fortunate to be wealthy now, so what harm is there in sharing some with them? Let's not be stingy. Yunduan is destined for a bright future, and it's crucial to establish a good relationship with him from the beginning. Otherwise, our gratitude may lose its value if we're even slightly late. Madame Qiao couldn't help but feel even more uneasy upon hearing her husband's remarks about Shao Yunduan. After all, she had chosen Shao Yunduan as her son-in-law. Very well, old master, Madame Qiao reluctantly agreed. But please, old master, let's not exaggerate the virtues of our son-in-law. The spring examination has yet to take place, and we can't predict the outcome. Our county is small, and people from humble origins often have narrow perspectives. In any case, he is not superior to our own son, is he? Old master, please don't hold such high expectations too soon. You may end up disappointed, Madame Qiao cautioned, maintaining her stance. While her words held some truth, Officer Qiao couldn't shake off his discomfort. He furrowed his brows and retorted, "Are you determined to contradict me? Let me make it clear, stop scheming. Shao Yunduan has no other support. Our task is to win him over and ensure his unwavering loyalty. Don't be so narrow-minded." Madame Qiao felt a surge of irritation, but she forced a smile and reluctantly agreed. They proceeded with the preparations for the gifts, but to their surprise, Shao Yunduan outright refused to accept them. He stood firm in his decision. He made it clear that he wanted no association with the properties or assets seized from the Zhao family. He even declined any involvement with the stores and fields that were acquired through their confiscated possessions. As a recommended mandate, he had the privilege to purchase land without going through the standard procedures. Shao Yunduan was adamant that the Shao family should have no ties whatsoever with the Zhao family, even in the slightest sense. County Magistrate Qiao was left puzzled by Shao Yunduan's motives. Consequently, his respect for the man deepened, accompanied by a tinge of guilt in his own heart. This son-in-law of his was certainly not ordinary. Chapter 763. School. Someone caught wind of Shao Yunduan's intentions and saw an opportunity. They purchased numerous fields from the Zhao family and approached Shao Yunduan, offering to sell some of them to him. These fields had no connection to the confiscated assets. To everyone's surprise, Shao Yunduan accepted the offers and bought the fields, paying a price higher than the market value. In total, he acquired 400 mu of land. He then donated these lands to the clan, entrusting the elderly men, clan chief, land officer, and appointed individuals from the Shao family to jointly manage the land ownership documents. All the income generated from these lands would be allocated towards supporting school expenses and enhancing the ancestral hall. As for the remaining funds, they were to be recorded in a public account, reserved for use during times of disasters or emergencies. With the resources secured, construction of the school commenced without delay. Apart from the school building, Shao Yunduan and Xiao also discussed the need for a separate yard dedicated to a library and study room. This space would cater to diligent students who couldn't afford to purchase books of their own. Together, they established principles and rules for the school's operations. In addition to the daily administration, they implemented regulations specifically for the library and student-related matters. Firstly, the books in the library were not to be borrowed. They could only be read within the study room. However, students were allowed to make copies of the books and take those copies with them. To incentivize academic progress, they devised a system where students who achieved the status of child student would receive a monthly supplementary of 51. However, if a student failed to pass the cultivated talent examination after 10 years, the supplementary would be canceled. On the other hand, if a student successfully attained the rank of cultivated talent, they would be awarded an additional 101, which would be valid for a period of 10 years. Furthermore, a fare of 10 liang will be provided to any student who needed to travel for the autumn examination. This fare would cover the expenses for each journey made to attend the examination. The established standards served as a foundation, but they were open to adjustments based on the actual circumstances, with approval from the clan. Essentially, it meant that any talented children from the clan could wholeheartedly pursue their studies, knowing that their needs would be taken care of. Even orphan children could lead a frugal lifestyle and continue their education, supported by the bonuses provided and with 2 mu of plain fields at their disposal. The news spread throughout Shouting Village, filling the community with joy and excitement. Families, particularly those with children of the right age and sufficient intelligence to become students, rejoiced at the prospect of their children being the first to attend the school. Even families with younger children felt a sense of gratitude and anticipation, knowing that their children would have the opportunity to benefit from the school in the future. Furthermore, the provision of fund for disaster relief added an extra layer of security for the village, ensuring their resilience in times of crisis. It was truly a remarkable development that brought immense relief and gratitude to the villagers. Shao Yunduan went even further by expressing his intention to acquire additional fields for the clan, recognizing that the initial 400 mu was insufficient. This announcement heightened the village's joy and reinforced the unshakable foundation established by the first section of the Shao family. While Shao Yunduan didn't personally engage in the physical construction, he provided the necessary funds, allowing the villagers to mobilize their collective efforts to complete the projects. As the time for cassava harvesting approached, Qiao hired workers to carry out the task. They took great care in preserving the seedlings, ensuring their viability for future planting. Cassava cultivation was relatively low maintenance. Once the stems were cut, they were stacked and stored in a cellar. When needed, they could be easily chopped into pieces and prepared for planting. These resilient crops required minimal attention to thrive. The cassava plants, nurtured by Qiao's exceptional superpower, yielded abundant harvests. Unlike its leafy counterparts, cassava's main produce lay hidden beneath the soil, similar to potatoes and peanuts. Each plant bore multiple gray-brown fruits, roughly the size of eggs, measuring 1 to 2 feet in length. After carefully harvesting the mature cassava, they peeled away the thin layer of taupe skin, unveiling the firm, white flesh beneath. This pulp was sliced into thin pieces and left to dry under the sun. Once thoroughly dried, the slices were ground into a fine powder and passed through a sieve, resulting in the extraction of tapioca flour. Chapter 764. Taro balls. To achieve a smoother texture, the tapioca powder underwent additional rounds of filtration, ensuring its refined quality. Qiao discovered various creative uses for the tapioca flour. When combined with steamed pumpkins and taros, they crafted delectable taro balls of different colors and flavors. Additionally, by blending the powder with brown sugar, they could concoct flavorful bubble tea, a delightful treat for all. In preparation for the upcoming mid-autumn day, they planned to sun-dry the cassavas so they could transport them to the province. The dried cassavas would then be used to make winter desserts, incorporating taros, bubbles, and sugar water. However, a challenge remained. Despite the increased production volume enabled by Qiao Xian's superpower, the total volume was still insufficient. They needed a steady daily supply to ensure that the stock would last until the following year. Nevertheless, they remained optimistic that the situation would improve in the coming year, allowing for greater production and availability. With the arrival of autumn and the colder weather, Qiao Xian decided to hire workers to cultivate more barren land for cassava planting. The villagers were intrigued by the unfamiliar crop and began asking questions. Qiao Xian openly shared her knowledge, explaining the characteristics of the plant and how it should be handled. Whenever someone inquired about cassavas, she would provide detailed information and instructions. One crucial point Qiao Xian emphasized was that fresh cassavas needed to be bleached before consumption to remove toxins. This revelation surprised many, but their interest grew significantly after tasting the delicious cassava-based dishes such as balls, dumplings, steamed pastries, and pancakes. Since wheat couldn't be grown in their region and flour was expensive, cassavas became a viable and economical alternative. The ease of cultivation made it accessible for every household, and within 3 years, cassava plants spread to neighboring villages as well. The powdered form of cassava was nearly identical to flour, making it a versatile and widely used ingredient in various culinary creations. The cassava plants thrived in various types of soil, thanks to Qiao Xian's superpower that facilitated their growth. They adapted well to the local climate and produced larger, more abundant fruits. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, it was customary for the villagers to visit the Qiao family and exchange gifts. They also planned to present gifts to the Yue family and Xie, with the latter receiving gifts on behalf of Yue Shao. Dragon fruits, papayas, pineapples, sugar canes, tangerines, and bananas were all reaching maturity. The first section of the family had already indulged in the delightful flavors of these fruits and praised their quality. The bananas, pineapples, and dragon fruits were especially well received. Qiao Xian carefully selected the ripe fruits as presents for the Yue family and Xie. Although the quantity wasn't large, the fruits were exceptionally fresh and flavorful. Under First Madam's instructions, Chu Shan was tasked with delivering the gifts along with those from Xie. Qiao Xian entrusted Chu Shan to handle the transportation of the gifts back to their intended recipients. Qiao Xian made a mental note to bring a larger quantity of fruits on her next visit. The fruits were thriving and possessed a delicious flavor that she was certain would be enjoyed by Yue Shao and the rest of the family. As for the gifts prepared for the Qiao family, they were not particularly extravagant. They didn't include any of the fruits or special plants grown in their garden, such as watermelons or the precious snow fungus, honey, and lipsticks. Instead, they adhered to the traditional practice of purchasing items from stores. However, this time they bought a slightly larger quantity of gifts compared to previous visits, as the Qiao family were aware that they were in a better financial situation. Chapter 765. Mid-Autumn Festival Officer Qiao's warm reception and his enthusiastic greeting to Shao Yunduan as the best son-in-law was a noticeable change in attitude. Qiao Xian observed that even Madame Qiao, despite her feigned aloofness, was secretly pleased to receive them, along with the servants. Even concubine Du and Xiao Ko, who had never experienced such treatment before, were included in the warm welcome. Qiuyue couldn't help but size up Qiao Xian once again. She was adorned in a vibrant water-red satin embroidered with delicate primroses and a butterfly pattern, paired with a light beige thread-stitched long skirt. The ensemble beautifully accentuated her slim and graceful figure. Her ebony bun was immaculately styled, and the elegant hairpin adorned with pearls, pomegranate, and magnolia flowers added a touch of luxury and sophistication. Qiao Xian's elegance emanated not from excessive ornamentation, but from her refined demeanor, exuding a sense of nobility and propriety. Qiuyue couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. She reluctantly acknowledged that a well-dressed appearance enhanced a person's overall beauty. Seeing Qiao Xian, who used to appear introverted, now radiating with confidence, she couldn't deny the transformative power of clothing. Qiuyue couldn't help but fixate on Xiao Xian's bracelets once again. Another new pair? She thought to herself. This time, Xiao Xian adorned her wrists with a pair of intricately carved gold bangles, adorned with several lustrous pearls. The oval-shaped gold bracelets featured elaborate floral motifs, intricately sculpted and polished to perfection. Several snow-white pearls, each the size of a thumb, were meticulously embedded throughout the design. The edges of the bracelets were accented with a delicate tortoiseshell inlay, providing a subtle yet opulent contrast to the modest gold hue. While gold bracelets were not uncommon, a pair with such large and exquisite pearls was truly a rare find. First Madam certainly treats you well, sister. Did she gift you these magnificent bracelets too? Qiuyue asked with a tinge of bitterness, aware that her question was laced with envy. After all, every young girl had a fondness for beautiful, exquisite, and precious jewelry. Qiuyue, who had recently splurged on some new ornament from the province, had planned to flaunt them in front of Xiao Xian. However, her confidence waned as she glanced at her own bracelets, which had cost her 1,000 liang after days of pestering her parents. Xiao Xian responded with a gentle smile. Yes, Elder Aunt Ms.Zhang has always been kind to me. She even wanted to make me her goddaughter, but I declined because I don't believe I deserve such an honor. Nevertheless, she sees me as a good person and treats me accordingly. What? Madame Qiao exclaimed, a pang of disappointment washing over her. Though upon reflection, she realized that Xiao Xian's refusal was probably for the best. Otherwise, she might have become more unruly. However, deep down, Madame Qiao couldn't help but feel a slight sense of injustice based on Xiao Xian's words. Naturally, she assumed that if the first madam wished to accept Xiao Xian as her goddaughter, her own daughter should also be considered. After all, her own daughter was surely superior to Xiao Xian, wasn't she? Madame Qiao entertained the idea of finding a godmother for her daughter. The Yuezheng family, being a prosperous business family, held significant influence, and establishing a connection with them would undoubtedly bring numerous advantages. The jealousy of Qiao Ko and Qiuyue towards Xiao Xian was evident, as they couldn't help but sneer. They believed that Xiao Xian was fabricating her claims, insisting that the first madam would never have liked her. She's just bragging, Qiao Ko muttered under her breath, while Qiuyue nodded in agreement. Xiao Xian, sensing their disbelief, found amusement in their reactions. She smiled, feeling a sudden urge to find a peaceful spot for a nap. She wondered if there was a suitable place available for her. Deep down, Xiao Xian acknowledged the strained relationship she had with her lineal mother and stepsister. Aware that they were obligated to treat her cordially under her father's watchful eye, she saw no point in prolonging their interactions if they truly disliked one another. After all, she considered herself considerate in avoiding unnecessary confrontations with them. As for finding a place to rest, Madame Qiao had arranged a small courtyard for her through Annie Ling, ensuring that Xiao Xian did get a designated space of her own. Chapter 766. Forgiveness. But upon hearing Xiao Xian's request, Madame Qiao couldn't help but feel annoyed. She believed that Xiao Xian was being far too unruly. What did they think they could just take a nap? Did they forget how they used to behave in the past? In her previous days, she would have never dared to make such a request. Although Madame Qiao wanted to give a resounding negative answer, she restrained herself from bursting out in anger. It was fortunate that she was out of sight. Deciding to accommodate their request, Madame Qiao instructed the servants to find a suitable place for Xiao Xian, Li Xia, and Li Qiuyue to rest. The courtyard was carefully prepared, and despite some wilted flowers on the table, an array of pastries, snacks, and drinks were served. However, Li Xia and Li Qiuyue couldn't help but voice their dissatisfaction upon seeing the pastries and snacks. The pastries lack the smoothness of ours. They are so roughly made. The tea has no scent and looks far inferior to what we have at home. And these flowers, they are not as pretty or fragrant as ours. Xiao Xian couldn't help but be amused by their complaints. After all, she was the one who had created those pastries at home, using the finest ingredients. The tea she served was made from the most precious tea leaves, cultivated and nurtured under her watchful eye with her unique powers. Naturally, nothing could compare to the quality she had achieved. The Qiao family was no longer a threat to her. Together with Shao Yunduan, they had been strategizing on how to sever ties with the Qiao family. They had no intention of maintaining any closeness with such tasteless and shameless individuals. Soon, their plans would come to fruition. As the mistress and maids were engaged in conversation, Concubine Du appeared with the reluctant Qiao in tow. It seemed that Concubine Du had come to beg for forgiveness for their past wrongdoings. The harsh reality of their lives was evident in the worn-out appearances of both Concubine Du and Xiao. Concubine Du, who used to exude arrogance and pride, now seemed devoid of any such expressions. Xiao had no interest in engaging in trivial arguments with them, but she also had no intention of forgiving them easily. Why did they have to beg for her forgiveness now, expecting her to grant it? The previous owner of her body must have endured a great deal of suffering, which was why Xiao herself found it difficult to establish a harmonious relationship with them, especially Qiao, who had intentionally caused her numerous troubles. You are not in a position to demand forgiveness, and I am not inclined to grant it, Xiao stated firmly. Concubine Du appeared relieved. Second miss, are you saying you have decided to forgive us? Thank you. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, Concubine Du. The truth is, we have no connection whatsoever. We have never offended each other, nor do we need to seek forgiveness. The best solution is for us to live separately. What are your thoughts on that? Regardless of whether Concubine Du was willing to accept the truth, she was nothing more than a slave to Madame Qiao, bound to carry out her orders regardless of her own desires or dislikes. Rebelling against Madame Qiao's commands was out of the question for her. While Xiao despised Concubine Du for her actions and felt anger towards her, she had no intention of seeking revenge or causing her unnecessary hardship. However, if Concubine Du ever attempted to deceive her or set her up, Xiao would not forgive her, nor would she be accommodating or allow her to have her way. Concubine Du's expression stiffened. After a moment of contemplation, she forced a smile. Second miss, you are correct. Concubine Du had initially planned to beg Xiao for forgiveness, hoping that if Xiao showed leniency, they could form an alliance. In doing so, she would use Xiao's influence to bring down Madame Qiao, while also gaining personal benefits from the situation. However, Xiao proved unexpectedly difficult to persuade. Not daring to linger any longer, Concubine Du muttered a few more uncertain words and hastily departed with Qiao. Li Xia and Li Qiao glanced disdainfully at them, remarking on the fickleness of both the mother and daughter. Xiao let out a mocking laugh. Concubines can only navigate their existence through such means, constantly searching for a solid footing, but never truly finding it. Chapter 767. News disappointed, Concubine Du listened to Qiao's angry outburst. Concubine Du, you expect me to beg her for forgiveness? What a joke. How ironic. Qiao had never dared to utter a word against her in their previous lives. Concubine Du sighed, feeling distressed. I can see the end of my life approaching. I'm doing this for your own good. Qiao sneered in response. No thanks. Why not? Concubine Du panicked. Your marriage remains unsettled, and Madame Qiao is taking her anger out on us. Do you honestly think she will find a suitable husband for you once we return to the capital? What about marrying someone here? You are Xiao's sister, and Shao Yunduan is a recommended man. Any family you marry into would treat you well, because of their connections. Suddenly, the idea seemed appealing to Concubine Du. Ah, yes. The Yue family would be a good option. What about young Master Yue? Or perhaps... Stop it, Concubine Du. Qiao's face darkened. I am an unmarried woman, and if you continue meddling in my affairs, I will report to Father and Niather. Stay out of my business. With that, Qiao turned and hurried away. She had no intention of marrying anyone here. The Yue family might be decent, but they didn't compare to the elite families in the capital. Young Master Xie would have been a better choice, but unfortunately, he wasn't present. Moreover, the only way for her to live a comfortable life was by ingratiating herself with Qiao Xian. If she followed this path, she could ensure her happiness. She was going back to the capital to snatch Qiao Wei's marriage alliance, causing both Qiuyue and her mother to suffer and cry in despair. Concubine Du was taken aback, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment at her daughter's callous words. She was doing everything for Qiaoko's sake, so why was her own child so heartless toward her? Despite her distress and sadness, Concubine Du gathered her resolve once again. She wouldn't abandon her daughter. After all, Qiaoko was her own flesh and blood. With the funds replenished, Officer Qiao arranged a lavish lunch, aiming to please his daughter and son-in-law. The table was filled with braised abalone, sea cucumber with green onion, and stewed bird's nest, ensuring an extravagant feast for each person. Officer Qiao spared no expense to win the favor of his daughter and son-in-law. Qiao Xian was taken aback. Did her father truly hold such high expectations for her husband? It seemed like a burden and a potential source of bad luck. The lunch appeared to be successful, and soon after, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan stood up, ready to leave. However, Madame Qiao coughed and addressed Qiao Xian. Your mother intends to take your sisters to the province to visit First Madame Yue. Xian, you must assist your mother in building a strong relationship with First Madame Yue. Understand? Madame Qiao wore a smile as she continued. First Madame treats Quan so well. With her support, everything will turn out fine. Old master, you needn't worry. Her words carried an implicit message that if anything were to go wrong, it would be Qiao Xian's responsibility. Qiao Xian inwardly sneered. No wonder she had been treated to such a lavish feast. They were trying to win her over for a favor. She realized she should have anticipated this. Her father had never been generous towards her unless he needed something in return. In response, Qiao Xian forced a smile and said, Don't worry, father. I'm going to do my best. However, she made a silent decision. She would only fulfill what she was capable of doing. Anything beyond that, she would not stoop to their level of shamelessness. Chapter 768. Looking down, Shao Yunduan was taken aback by the repulsive proposal put forth by his father-in-law. It was so distasteful that he almost felt physically sick. He had hoped that if his father-in-law treated Qiao Xian kindly, their relationship might not be too strained, or at least remain intact on the surface. It would have been ideal if Qiao Xian had a reputable family supporting her, or at least the appearance of it. He didn't look down on her, and he had no intention of playing any tricks on her. However, he couldn't guarantee that others wouldn't try to undermine her. He didn't want anyone to belittle her or plot against her. When Xiao Xian informed him and her family about the unsavory matters, she should have realized that she needed to be cautious. If he were to become an officer in the future, would there be those who would conspire against her, knowing she lacked a strong family background? Perhaps he was being overly cautious, but it was better to be prepared for any potential challenges. Shao Yunduan had not anticipated the selfishness of the Qiao family. They did not deserve the support of Qiao Xian's family. Father-in-law, it's getting late. We should head home, Shao Yunduan suggested, showing his lack of interest in prolonging their stay. Officer Qiao had intended to share more thoughts with Qiao Xian, but upon noticing Shao Yunduan's slightly impatient expression, he decided against it and allowed them to leave. Qiuyue pursed her lips and muttered, Mom, I don't think second sister is willing to help us. She must hate us, which is why she won't lend a hand. Madame Qiao smiled reassuringly. Oh no, that's not true. She's your father's daughter and will always stand by his side. Daughters would never harbor hatred towards their fathers, right? Officer Qiao shot an irritated glance at Qiuyue. Your mother is correct. Your sister isn't as narrow-minded as you think. Even if she were, she should never hate her parents. What are you even suggesting? Madame Qiao smiled. Don't blame Wei. She's just being concerned. Officer Qiao snorted, but didn't say anything further. Soon, mid-autumn day arrived, and the harvest season was approaching. The first section of the Shao family owned only a few fields, so they hired workers to help with the reaping, alleviating the burden on the family. However, the fields in Zhang village required more attention. There was also a pond that yielded fruits. Xiao harvested some lotus roots and water chestnuts to bring home. The water chestnuts were steamed directly in a steamer. Once cooked, the black and hard shells were peeled off, revealing the snow-white flesh of the water chestnuts. They had a tender and chewy texture, with a fresh and sweet taste unique to aquatic plants. The lotus roots were cut into chunks and stewed with pigs, trotters, and peanuts. The resulting soup was rich and flavorful, while the lotus roots themselves were fresh and sweet. Additionally, they made hot and sour lotus root sticks. The soy-colored sauce clung to the finger-sized lotus root sticks, which were stir-fried with garlic cloves, green peppers, and red sour peppers. The dish offered a delightful combination of crispiness, spiciness, and tanginess. The whole family enjoyed a satisfying and delicious meal. The abundance of lotus roots allowed the family to enjoy various dishes for months to come. They could prepare cold lotus root slices, hot and sour diced lotus root, stir-fried lotus root slices, deep-fried lotus root chips, steamed lotus root meat pie, lotus root meatballs, lotus root ribs, stewed soup, osmanthus glutinous rice with lotus roots, and more. The versatility of lotus roots provided endless culinary possibilities. In addition to the lotus roots, the betel nut taro that Xiao brought back from the province was also ready for harvest. Each betel nut taro weighed around 3 to 5 to 4 kilograms and exhibited numerous purple spots on its surface, creating a beautiful appearance once the peel was removed. Chapter 769. Not Madame Qiao. The alluring consistency and appearance of the betel nut taro made it a tempting addition to their meals. Inspired by its delicious taste, Xiao decided to cultivate more taro plants to create high-quality taro balls, a delicacy they could enjoy in the future. As September arrived, Xiao began sorting through the items they would bring to the province. They had nearly 100 kilograms of snow, fungus, and 800 lipsticks, which they intended to take along. Additionally, they planned to bring a variety of harvested goods for First Madam. Among these items were the lotus roots they had, but they also included a selection of taros. They would also bring Gastrodia elata, heterophylla, and figs. Other fruits such as ripe dragon fruits, pineapples, bananas, papayas, tangerines, and sugar canes would also be included. While the quantity of these fruits was not substantial, their freshness and vibrant flavors added a sense of confidence to Qiao. The fruits from the southern region thrived remarkably, particularly the dragon fruits and papayas, enhancing the array of offerings they would present to First Madam. In addition to the fruits mentioned earlier, Qiao had plans to grow lychees, longans, and mangoes, as long as everything went well after the cold winter. The fruit trees had grown thick, their trunks as wide as her arms, demonstrating their robust and healthy condition. They promised a bountiful harvest in the coming year. With all preparations in order, Qiao and Shao Yunduan, accompanied by Nis. Fang, elder uncle, Yang Xiaoni, Shao Samlang, Qi, Tao, Shao Junyan, and Shao Qing, embarked on their journey to the province for a delightful time. Eldest uncle initially hesitated to join, but Ms. Fang insisted on his presence. It was necessary to have someone remain in the village for the sake of the family's security and stability. Xiao Dalong and Ms. Su chose to stay behind, attending to the care of their youngest son. The little boy was still too young to embark on a long trip. However, Ms. Su held hope in her heart, believing that there would be future opportunities for them to travel there. Qiao entrusted the care of Ms. Su to Li Xia and Li Qiuyue, while Qiuyue and Chunfeng accompanied the group on their journey. Due to the construction of the school, the first section of the Shao family had gained recognition in the village, which provided reassurance to Qiao and Shao Yunduan to leave only Ms. Su and Shao Dalong at home. With the support of the land officer and elderly men, anyone causing trouble to the family would not be tolerated. They had hired 3 wagons for the trip. One wagon was designated for carrying goods and presents, while the other two served as transportation for the travelers. They set off from the county early on the 5th of September. Qiao deliberately did not inform Madame Qiao about their departure, nor did she allow her to join them on the journey. Qiao was determined to keep them out of their affairs and prevent them from exerting any influence or control over their plans. The Qiao family remained unaware that Xiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan had already traveled to the province for their own shopping trip. Meanwhile, Madame Qiao was still in discussions with County Magistrate Qiao about their planned visit to the Yue family on the 8th of September, intending to leave on the 7th. Madame Qiao believed that if they could spend the festival together, it would strengthen their relationship with the Yue family. Officer Qiao supported this idea wholeheartedly. On the 6th day, Madame Qiao sent Annie Ling to fetch Xiao Xian from Shouting Village to bring her back to the mansion, so they could travel together the following morning. However, to her surprise, Auntie Ling returned alone. Annie Ling informed Madame Qiao that the Qiao family had already departed for the province the previous day. Madame Qiao couldn't believe what she was hearing. "What are you saying? How dare she?" Qiuyue sneered and suggested, "Elle knew that girl was just pretending. Mom, let's inform father about this so that he can reprimand her." Chapter 770. How dare? Madame Qiao's expression darkened. "Annie Ling, speak clearly and tell me everything." She needed to inform Old Master about this situation and understand what was truly happening. Auntie Ling continued, "When I arrived at the house, only Xiao Daolong and his wife were present. I asked them about Second Miss going to the province, but Ms. Su claimed she had no knowledge of it. She mentioned that she was occupied with taking care of the children and had no idea about Second Miss plans. In fact, she suggested that I ask Second Miss directly. Madame Qiao realized that this was part of the plan Xiao Xian had discussed with Ms. Su. No matter who from the Qiao family came asking, Ms. Su was instructed to respond with "L, don't know," and nothing more. Ms. Su also had reservations about engaging with Annie Ling, concerned that she might be drawn into something. Therefore, she followed Qiao Xian's instructions and consistently maintained that she had no information. Ms. Su used the excuse of being busy at home to deflect Annie Ling's probing and ultimately dismissed her. Auntie Ling, seething with anger, couldn't believe that she had been dismissed by a rural woman. However, she reminded herself that Ms. Su was, in fact, her younger sister-in-law, and as an elder, she shouldn't pry too much into her affairs. Reluctantly, Annie Ling made her way back home. Madame Qiao was equally frustrated. Xiao Xian must have deliberately done this. Qiuyue chimed in with a sneer. "Of course. Mom, she puts on a facade of kindness in front of father, but deep down, she's not on our side. She still holds a grudge against us. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept those precious ornaments a secret from us." Qiuyue couldn't help but feel envious, especially when she thought about the luxurious bracelets adorning Xiao Xian's wrists. She had never seen such extravagant jewelry before, and she couldn't help but wonder how Xiao Xian had obtained them. Madame Qiao sneered in agreement and promptly ordered Annie Ling to bring County Magistrate Qiao to her room. She needed to discuss this matter with him and find out the truth. County Magistrate Qiao, initially assuming that Madame Qiao had brought up the matter to deliver some greetings from Xiao Xian, was taken aback by her angry outburst. He asked in a cold tone, "Is there a misunderstanding between Madame Qiao?" Let out a sigh and replied, "Old Master, Auntie Ling personally went to Shouting Village. There's no room for misunderstanding. It seems that Xian still holds a grudge against us." County Magistrate Qiao's expression darkened further. After a brief pause, he said, "Perhaps, but no. The first section of the family went to the province together, right?" "Yes, that explains it." County Magistrate Qiao suddenly felt a sense of relief. The Shao family went as a large group, so it might have been inconvenient for them to travel together. It's nothing to worry about. You can stick to the original plan and travel as scheduled tomorrow. You can contact them once you arrive. Madame Qiao and Xiaowei were left stunned by County Magistrate Qiao's response. Xiaowei screamed, "Dad, Xiao Xian doesn't think you and Mom are important. She doesn't like us, and you are still defending her." Shut up. What do you know anything? County Magistrate Qiao shouted. Don't suspect your sister. She is kind, and she doesn't want to cause anyone trouble. She is apparently trying to save us trouble, and you are not only ungrateful, but also lecturing at me? Wei, you have to improve your personality. Qiuyue, old master is right. Wei, no more talks. Chapter 771. County Magistrate's self-respect Madam Qiao drove away Qiuyue, and she smiled. You're right, old master. It would be foolish for Qiao Xian to stay with the Yuezheng family. It would only bring disrespect and disdain upon us. County Magistrate Qiao was startled, and he could no longer keep the composure. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan passed by the county, but did not even greet them, though they did not want to cause them trouble. They did not even inform them where and how to reach each other in the province. If Qiao Xian went into the Yuezheng family with her whole family, she was just being so rude, and she would be disliked. The Yuezheng family would mock them and hate them. First Madam would not like her anymore. How ridiculous! County Magistrate Qiao, however, still tried to self-console. Xian and her husband are still too young to understand what they should do. They may have forgotten to tell us. I think her husband should have the basic rules about how to socialize with each other. They should not just go to the Yuezheng family like this. Go and meet them when you are in province together. If Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were in a good relationship with them, Madame Qiao should have all the reason to visit the Yuezheng family, since she was the lineal mother of the family. Madame Qiao sneered. She had lost interest in the county magistrate's words. He just wanted to save his own face and made himself convinced. Just wait and see. She wondered what made Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan so precious that her husband defended them all the time. Qiuyue felt even worse as her frustration grew. She couldn't help but vent her frustrations to her mother. Mom, is Dad out of his mind? Qiao Xian, that wretched woman, is playing games with us, and yet Dad still defends her? What on earth has she done to him? Madame Qiao sneered in response and turned to Qiuyue. Wei, I have found a suitable suitor for you. You need to work hard and secure a promising future for your husband so that you can completely overshadow Qiao Xian. Qiuyue remained puzzled by her father's actions, but Madame Qiao seemed to have a better understanding of the situation. It became clear to Madame Qiao that her husband's favorable treatment towards Qiao Xian stemmed from his belief in Shao Yunduan's potential for a prosperous future. However, such predictions were never certain. The next morning, Madame Qiao, accompanied by Qiuyue, Qiao Ko, and concubine Du, embarked on their journey to the province. Madame Qiao always made sure to bring Qiao Ko whenever matters concerning Qiao Xian were involved. When neither Qiuyue nor Madame Qiao held a proper position, it was Qiao Ko who would be forced to step forward and take charge. As for concubine Du, Madame Qiao had no intention of leaving her alone with County Magistrate Qiao. Concubine Du understood Madame Qiao's motives, and her resentment towards the situation only deepened. Qiao Ko was filled with excitement when she received the invitation to travel to the province. Upon their arrival in the evening, they settled into a nearby hostel. Madame Qiao purposely selected a hostel that was in close proximity to the Yuezheng family. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian and her family had already moved into the mansion located in the alley. The mansion had always been well maintained by the Yuezheng family, and upon learning of their arrival, thorough cleaning had been done to ensure a fresh and welcoming atmosphere. The entire family was in awe of the magnificent mansion. Wow, this is our house. Oh my God, this is the province we've been talking about. Chapter 772, Treatment. Fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law are so incapable. I would never have gotten such a huge house in the province. Qiuyue exclaimed. Qiao Xian smiled and replied, It's all thanks to the support and opportunities given by the Yuezheng family. We are truly fortunate. This is such a great place. We will stay here for a few days and learn about the world. Madame Qiao added with excitement. The family chit-chat and explored their surroundings, growing more fascinated by the minute. Shao Junyan and Shao Qing, initially reserved, gradually loosened up and began to have fun in the garden, watching the fish in the pond from the railing. Shao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni were equally amazed and delighted by the mansion. In the evening, Shao Yunduan arranged for a table of dishes to be delivered from a nearby restaurant. The whole family enjoyed a delicious meal together, engaging in lively conversation about their plans for sightseeing and entertainment. The atmosphere was joyful and animated. Upon their arrival, Qiao Xian wasted no time and immediately sent a letter to First Madam to inform her of their presence in the province. The following morning, Qiao Xian took the girls of the family and visited First Madam. First Madam was overjoyed to see them all. She warmly welcomed them and made sure they felt comfortable. During the visit, First Madam arranged for the girls to meet Madame Yue. They exchanged pleasantries and had a pleasant conversation before returning to their respective residences. In the past, First Madam had refrained from introducing Qiao Xian to Madame Yue, considering the scandal involving Ms. Mi Jr. and her daughter. Madame Yue had declined Qiao Xian's visit at that time, but circumstances had changed. With Zhao Yunduan's status as a provincial champion, Madame Yue had to receive his mother and wife with respect. Therefore, Madame Yue not only treated them with politeness, but also prepared valuable gifts for the children. Even Ms. Mi Jr. dared not mock Ms. Fang in this new situation. Unaware of Ms. Mi Jr. and Madame Yuzhang's previous attitudes towards Qiao Xian, Ms. Fang believed that their friendly behavior was genuine. She praised the Yue family for their impeccable manners, in stark contrast to the Zhao family. Deep in thought, Qiao Xian pondered the ancient belief that education and social status were highly valued. Having knowledge and a respectable name allowed one to escape being treated as low class in society. Many people, driven by the benefits of achieving a higher rank, dedicated themselves to studying and obtaining such positions. Upon returning to First Madam's residence, First Madam greeted them with a warm smile. "Miss Fang, nieces, and nephews, please make yourselves at home. Don't feel restrained. I want you to know that I truly cherish Xian. I have always regarded her as my own daughter. Let's strive to foster a harmonious relationship and be at ease with one another." Everyone felt at ease and smiled, relieved by the welcoming atmosphere. First Madam's straightforward personality resonated well with Ms. Fang, who was known for her open-mindedness. They engaged in pleasant and cheerful conversations, creating a more relaxed atmosphere compared to their time at Madame Yuzhang's residence. Qiao Xian and her family stayed for lunch before bidding farewell to First Madam. However, First Madam extended an invitation for them to spend the upcoming double ninth day together. She mentioned arranging wagons for them to enjoy a half-day trip in the mountains. Delighted, Ms. Fang smiled and accepted the invitation. Upon returning to their own house, First Madam sent a few individuals to deliver food and essential items. She reassured them that they could always seek assistance from her, emphasizing that it was preferable to obtain supplies from them rather than purchasing them in the market. Grateful for the kind gesture, Ms. Fang expressed her appreciation and accepted the offer. In the afternoon, Yue Shao eagerly joined in the task of unpacking and organizing, excitedly handling the snow fungus, lipsticks, and dried cassavas. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.